At the top is where you find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. Yeah, I rise with the stars. From the ground up, I rose from the dark. Every second I've been waiting for this moment. Stop, watch, the time is now. Bow down, the rep counts to 10, that's the end. The bell chimes, my hands up, my name rings, it's my belt. What drives the fight? We'll rise when it's time to shine. And yeah, it's time for mine. It seems we've waiting now for most of our lives. I'm in control and I decide to drive to the top of where it's mine design. It's been climbing, fighting, hands up is tiring. Time spent below, they don't forget, I get reminded. Every day reminded of the stress and the test. But the day I get the title of the best, I'ma rise to it. Top is where you find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. And you know that's where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go. Yeah. take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
농심 파이팅! 파이팅! 파이팅!
Hello and welcome to the upper bracket match of the play-ins. These two teams have made it through their first match, and now they have an opportunity to make it into playoffs tonight with one victory. Nongshim up against BNK FearX, both of them winning in best-of-5 series, going to 5 games. It's been a grueling bout so far here at the play-ins. How have you felt so far, Ox?
I mean, we've had double bangers, you know, it went down to the wire, but both of these teams, I feel, in a comfortable position because obviously the opportunity to go through the playoffs, if they lose, a second chance against teams where, you know, one of which they've already beat, in good stead with that position in the bracket right now.
Yeah, so this is the play-ins bracket. We have had 2 5-gamers so far, 2 silver scrapes. Nongshim beat Bro, who kind of surprised us by bringing it to that game 5, and then BNK FearX versus DK we knew was going to be close, and BNK won in game 5, and that's why they're there in this match in the upper bracket tonight.
Yeah, and I think with it being close, you know, you definitely would prefer just to go through now than risk obviously going. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Obviously, you'd want to secure the win, but it does leave a little bit of hesitancy facing down against teams who've gone to 5 games. But Nongshim favored in the head-to-head when we have seen these teams matched up. That being said, that was a long time ago. Back in round 2 was the last time we saw these teams face off, and it was a 2-1 between them.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's slowly BNK getting better and better. Nongshim had a really rough time in the Legend group, as we all know. Think we revealed everything we got? No, this is just the start. Chelly says, support Elise was my call. We drafted with the team's comp strongly in mind. And Ryu said, Morgana and Vayne were prepped as counters to OP champs. The TF blind pick caught them off guard.
Yeah, I'm sure Lahens didn't need much convincing to take the support Elise if it was Chelly's suggestion. Ryu, I think it's an interesting point about how BNK FearX have brought out these interesting pocket picks. And we talked a little bit yesterday how in Fearless, when you get deeper into Fearless, you're going to need more and more of these. They're going to have a lot more value. But they were bringing them out earlier when the situation was right for them.
So these two players have battled for Rookie of the Year. Now they battle again, the clash of the hot prospects, carrying their team's swagger. Who will soar higher today? Definitely a hot topic nowadays, the Rookie of the Year.
They were pretty close in terms of the votes. I think a lot of people looking at Calyx talked about how he matched up well in terms of laning against the Legend mid laners. Diablo's obviously been really a main character for BNK FearX in the Rise group, so both of them really strong prospects, and we'll see what they can do today. Now for the predictions.
Predictions a little bit favored towards Nongshim, but you can see some BNK, and on the side of the Korean side, more favored towards BNK actually.
Yeah, so nearly an even split, which, you know, going off the global side of the predictions, we were definitely leaning a lot more towards Nongshim, so a bit of a surprise it's panned out about even. It's actually the Korean side pretty heavily towards BNK FearX. Our fan prediction, though, is leaning more towards Nongshim.
Oh my god. Those teeth, I don't know, those just look really scary. Yeah, the fan prediction going Nongshim. It does feel like on our side, we're feeling the Nongshim. I don't know if we're going to see Diablo playing Teemo in this game, or in this series, or in this year. But you can always dream. You can always hope.
Yeah, we have actually seen on the Korean side, Soup and Neva have been towards Nongshim, but Worrybank heavily towards BNK FearX.
Yes, and by the way, it says here that King's mom has skipped work to come down and support her son. Hope she doesn't get fired.
That's as good a reason as any.
Yeah. We'll see if that support helps out Nongshim. It helped them the last time out, as King did have an excellent series up against Bro. But I would say that BNK definitely a stronger opponent than Bro. And they're coming off of nice momentum, a big win up against D plus Kia. Nongshim also coming off a win, but they were expected to win that match against Bro. Whereas BNK, it was definitely more sided towards DK, at least in our predictions. A lot of 3-1 DK even. Whereas BNK did, in fact, get the win 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Bro one, it was the expected overall outcome, but Bro definitely putting up more of a fight than I think some people thought. But yeah, the D plus one, not living up to, especially Chronicles' expectations. I think as well, the top lane matchup, you know, Claire obviously ended up winning the play of the match. But I think as well, jungle, important to focus on, because my vote in the PAM was for Raptor and had a pretty fantastic series there. Gideon, I think when we saw him in rounds 1 and 2, was a really big driving force of the success for Nongshim. So definitely has his work cut out for him in this matchup.
You can see the KDA's the difference in the play-ins match. Both of these teams won 3-2, and yet the KDA much higher for the side of Raptor. The DPM much higher. The damage per gold much higher. I was definitely with you on the Raptor vote for POM yesterday, and he did get a bunch of votes. It was actually a tie, and then we had to have a tiebreaker vote that went towards Clear. So certainly putting in his portion of work was Raptor. Gideon, I would say that he played well, but he wasn't exactly the main character in that match up against Bro. So definitely going to be interesting to see if Raptor can get ahead of Gideon, just like he did to Lucid yesterday. Yeah.
Something I've been thinking about as well is both of these teams have had players who have been struggling a bit, have been the weak points. For Nongshim, really, Jiwoo has been struggling a decent amount, and for BNK, it has been Vikla. When the teams have been at weak points, these players have been struggling. And, you know, we were talking about the rookie of the splits. It is Diablo up against Jiwoo, it is Calyx up against Vikla, so it's really a chance for these rookies to shine when the counterpoints have been a bit of the weak point on the opposite side.
Yeah, I'm sure that Calyx is going to have a much more fun time facing off against Vikla than, let's say, Chovy or Faker or any of those guys on the Legends
I would
side.
say so.
Yeah. Vikla himself bringing out some strange picks, pulling out the Morgana yesterday. Up against the Annie. We weren't convinced at first, but eventually it did get the win. I'm not sure what that says about the pick and the draft itself, but
yeah, we also
expect more weird stuff today.
We also saw some interesting picks from Jiwoo with the Victor bot lane, which didn't convince anyone really, but I will say Jiwoo and Lehens have played so many picks in the bot lane. I think in terms of unique picks as a bot lane duo, they kind of blow every other lane in the league out of the water. They've just played so many different things so far. So it'll be interesting to see what other things they bring out. Maybe not the Victor. Maybe a bit more convincing than the Victor, but they've definitely been experimenting and trying things out. So I expect this will be a series where we do see some of these spicier picks. We do see the teams have prepped and experimented and thought, hey, this is something we can utilize to an advantage. And a fearless best of 5 is the perfect environment to put that into practice.
Yeah. Nongshim did win the coin toss, and so they are going to have side selection, and they selected the blue side, to the surprise of no one except maybe Bro. Bro and DRX going back-to-back red side picks in their final best of 3 of the regular season. But we'll have to wait and see how the side selection comes along here in this series. Starting off with the Xinjiao ban. It's game 1 is always where you want to get, you know, top-tier picks, but also just those S-tier compositions. That's what we're looking for here when everything is available.
Yeah, interesting we get the Xin Zhao ban first and foremost. Then the Trundle as well, so really putting the pressure onto Rapt. They've had 3 jungle bans so far. Wukong kind of the standout that is left open and available with that Pantheon gone as well. Normally we see like Pantheon, Azir, Yunara, which they're nicely looking to do in the order, paying the tax.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa coming through as well, specifically targeting Diablo, but it's interesting because often we see if Yunara's left open, Wukong's really good into it. So I feel like if BNK FearX leave Yunara open, Nongshim might just take Wukong anyway and look for like a heavy engage comp into it. We'll see what they opt to go for here. But the Wukong definitely a really premier pick that is left in this situation.
All right, what's the ban going to be here? Final call, it's Talia. And so Yunara is left wide open, but so is Wukong. This is exactly what you were talking about. And it's the immediate snap block of Yunara. They are not scared, they say. But that can be very dangerous because Annie also available, Rakan also available.
You just slam Annie Wukong. This is the Rise Group special. Nongshim don't know, they went in the Rise Group. I mean, this was strong in the Legend Group as well. But if you go Annie, Wukong, Rakan, Jiwoo doesn't get to play the game. It just isn't possible. You just get one shot when you get in a team fight. So immediately, this is a pretty great pickup. Now, looking at Nongshim, what else are going to be able to pick up in this situation? You know, top lanes still available. There's things like, you know, Aurora. There's things like Gwen. There's things like Rumble. They are going to prioritize that Orianna in the mid lane for Calyx. Do they take a jungle here? A lot of the jungle has already been thinged out. They could go the Nocturne Orianna combo.
I didn't know that Orianna had claws. Today I learned, actually, after maining her for a very long time back in, what was it, Season 2 when she first came out? It's like 13 years ago. Today I learned she has claws. But yeah, Orianna and Nocturne going to be the duo, not surprising. And
oh man,
Rumble is the choice.
This is pretty great for BNK FearX. I don't end up going for the Rakan, but this is like premier topside, heavy engage, dive focus composition. Now you can even ban away some of the tougher matchups for the Rumble. They go for the Ornn. I think the Aurora is also something that you'd look to take away in this situation. And for the side of Nongshim, I think you're going to struggle to see how you're going to keep this Yunara alive.
Yeah.
Definitely the Rakan, I think I would want to take away in this situation. Rakan on top of this. Nico on top of this. Would be pretty devastating, so thinning out those engage tools. But the thing is, if you take away both of those, they can just kind of pick up the Alistar and be fine.
There's just too many choices. I mean, they already got the S-tier composition parts that I was talking about before. Whereas on the side of Nongshim, it's nothing to shake a stick at. Like, they also have fantastic picks here, but what BNK has is very good into Yunara, so we'll see. There's that Aurora ban that you mentioned. Makes a lot of sense.
I think it just has to be the Rakan in this situation. I think it's just, yeah. They go for the Xayah instead, wanting to kind of secure their combo, going aggressively instead. Which I feel like doesn't do any favors to Jiwoo. Maybe they're like, look, Jiwoo's dead anyway. let's trade 80 carries.
True.
Okay, let's accept he's going down and let's just try and handshake.
If they use everything on one champion. The problem is, if you have so many tools, you don't have to use everything on one champion. It's just going to be Corki.
Okay, going for the not wanting to commit to the support right now. And the thing is, as much as Rakan would be fantastic for this comp, maybe wanting to make sure they don't go into a bad support matchup. The Corki, pretty safe, slots in this composition. Obviously, into Nocturne Orianna, how safe can you truly be? But he has the Valkyrie, does get a bit of extra help with his build path for Triforce, and scales quite well. So I think BNK FearX kind of have everything they want. And as long as the lane matchup's good for a Rakan, which presumably will be with a Corki alongside, you're kind of fine here. They go for the Galio into the Rumble, which is that OG counter we saw quite a while ago, although it has really, I think Rumble's gotten a lot of buffs since then.
Yeah.
Did obviously get toned down on this patch a little bit, but still feels very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio's good defensively. It's good aggressively as well if they find the right target. So don't mind the pick at all. It's good in the lane. What are we going to see here for Lahen's blind pick for support? The Alistar is available. They don't think... Maybe they were thinking about the Rakan, taking it away, but they just give the Alistar over to Kellen as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistar fits with the comp. You know, you have the late engage, you have the bold delivery, sets up for the Galio, with the Nocturne there as well. I think BNK for actually just go Rakan here, though. It's kind of a no-brainer.
I'm not sure what the big smile on Kellen's face was about. Just because for us, it's like, okay, Rakan is very obvious. Maybe you're looking at the opposite side and you're saying, maybe I should pick some kind of disengage. Like, are we thinking of Nautical Ask or something weird like that? But I think this comp on the side of BNK, like, I don't know if anything beats that I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw like the Wukong Annie be so powerful in Rise Group, and then you also have the Rakan, you also have the Rumble, the Corki's been one of the premier picks. I think the Nongshim comp in isolation is actually a pretty great comp, but it's up against...
Absolutely.
This is like the dream composition from what we've seen.
Is there anything you would replace? Like, is there any better pick?
I think it's hard to say, because I think specifically into what Nongshim have, maybe a Xayah might be easier to execute on, because you have the ultimate into like the Nocturne Orianna. But even then, like, some teams would argue, well, the Corki's just a better pick overall. So I can't even say that you would actually replace anything. It feels pretty god tier in terms of what we've seen the LCK teams prioritize, what we've seen them like to play. This feels like BNK FX got everything they want. That being said, draft isn't everything, and there are still a lot of engage tools for Nongshim to play around. So we'll see if they're able to match the S-tier composition that BNK FX have.
Yeah, they've got a good one of their own. Let's see how it all plays out here on the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 1. As we hop into this best of 5. Again, the stakes here, guys. The winner of this goes on to the playoffs. So you just got to win one more best of 5, and you're in. If you do lose this, you have a second life. You will go up against the winner of our match tomorrow, which is, of course, Bro versus D plus Kia. And the winner of that plays off against whoever loses today, obviously. Calyx taking a little bit of a beating here from Raptor. Kind of annoying. Bit of an engage and invade and ward put down from Vikla at the same time.
That feels so annoying that you just lose that health at the start of the lane, because just a Wukong just dashes on you. It's not going to be that big of a deal, and Calyx has been pretty solid in lane, but it's definitely not helping. They will spot off Gideon. And again, it's a Nocturne, so you're not really going to be able to be that proactive in the early levels. But that extra information picked up, especially as he's starting right on top of the ward.
Mm-hmm. A lot of questions about Jiwoo coming into the play-ins. He didn't have the best performance in rounds 3 through 5 specifically. Even before that, he was beginning to fall off just a little bit. And now he's been put in this position where he's given first pick Yunara and he has to carry. Can he do it here in game 1?
I mean, we've seen the potential of this pick. I'm not even sure what you can do in a lot of situations into all this backline threat when it comes to team fights. But, you know, if you position extremely well, if you find the angles, if you are able to survive, we know what this pick, the damage it can output. So, really a lot of pressure on Jiwoo to perform in this game. He hasn't been put in an easy position.
Yeah. You can see some of the champion stats here. They weren't so good for Nongshim, but remember that a lot of that is from the Legend group where they just kind of got bullied. And for BNK was a bit middling because, well, they were the middle of the Rise group. Second place, not exactly the middle, but
I feel like this is a testament to the Rise group, kind of even if you're second place, everyone was kind of beating everyone to
Yeah.
a degree.
Even D plus Kia, who were first, they got first from a lot of their wins that happened before the Rise group even was formed. So that happened, and then also ended up first off of a decent performance as Wukong Annie in rounds 3 and 5. Little engaged down on the bottom side as Diablo already taken a bunch of damage. He's going to get the Gleaming Quill heal, but still not having a fun time in this lane.
Yeah, just get engaged on, and you know, Corki's quite burst focused. There's a lot of DPS from the Yunara. But they didn't really respect there. Kellan doing a good job of disengaging, but hence G were putting the pressure on. Good to see in this matchup. Especially in Alistar lane, you typically don't expect to have too much pressure. But yeah, we saw those stats for the Wukong Annie. It has been delivering. We talk about it as the Rise group combo because it had such a strong, it was 100% win rate there, but
yeah,
it's just been good in general.
It just wins. It just wins games. It's extremely reliable, and they're top tier picks in their roles as well. So what are you going to do about that? They're just really strong. Nice TP right in the face of Gideon. And Gideon's going to be like, oh, well, I guess I don't get to get my Raptors then. And in fact, all of it goes to Raptor.
His name is Raptor.
It is. He is the Raptor. That's actually a big knockabout on both. Just means that there's really no recourse for Kellan as well.
Just keeping the pressure up, and Kellan's doing a good job of landing the Gleaming Quills just to get some health back, but Diablo's out of mana. They're not in a fantastic position here.
Certainly the back is going to come through. Looks like Kingen doing a good job of just neutralizing the Rumble early on here, as you would expect.
Yeah, did have TP back in. You know, it's one of the things where the early levels, the Rumble does bully you out a bit, but once you get some MR on the Galio, it's kind of like the Ornn matchup to some degree, where you're still going to get pressured, but you're not going to die into the Rumble. But then once you get the magic resist, there's just nothing really the Rumble can do unless you mess up.
So Gideon really wants some Raptors himself.
Trade-off, but
is he going to get
well?
I don't know if he gets them. If he pulls them out and, ooh, no, it's all going to go over to Raptor. He's just like, well, I am Raptor. I am the Raptor.
And that's the main excitement we've had in this early game, is the fight over Raptors. We do see...
Yeah, that's supremely annoying.
And the wave state in a bad spot, but we do see Clear TPing in. And he has ult, so it won't really be a problem to fix. It does delay Diablo being able to go to this top side, where Jiwoo is holding the wave.
Yeah, just feels like the wave was held for Jiwoo and top, and also the wave was held for Kingen and bot. So, feeling pretty good denying some CS from BNK.
And I think Nongshim getting a good early, even though they don't have like significant advantages here, they're getting a little bit of a lead on Jiwoo. Feeling in a pretty good spot with how things are going so far. Oh, Kellan.
Kellan is Rakan, but okay, yeah, they're just gonna push in and then push out. The fear does come in onto Raptor. Bit of a stun here on Akalik, so he couldn't really join the fight. And the Rakan working wonders so far. Kellan very confident on this pick.
I think it's so risky to go for a skirmish here from Nongshim because Kellan and Raptor are so slippery. It's so hard to pin one down. Oh, they go.
All right, well, they're going to force it. The Galio is coming on in. The Equalizer, though, is burning everyone. Raptor's able to get away. And a big shockwave goes on to Vikla. That will be first blood. But what about the rest of the fight here? Raptor pretty deep. Looks like he might get punished. Disengage cone does come out, but the flash on in is there for Kingen. But Clear, look at him. He's full health. Bit of damage coming his way. Gideon trying to push him off. The fear did come in. Big taunt onto both of them. Might just win them. The fight is Clear. Desperate, knows there's no escape. Has to fight. And Gideon ends up the victor alongside of his buddy Kingen.
Nongshim coming up huge there. I thought it would be a bit risky going for this fight here because Raptor and Kellan are so slippery. You try and engage on them. They're able to survive, able to disengage. But Kingen getting so much value on this Galio in the extended fight, get another rotation of cooldowns, and it's Nongshim who come out strong in this one. 4 kills for 2, and obviously the Galio, not the champion you'd love to have those 3 kills on, but a big acceleration. So they start with the engage here, doesn't end up landing onto Raptor, who kind of disengages, and the taunt only catches the Annie. Bit of a mistake from Vikla, kind of just walks into it, had the flash available. Doesn't really do anything. I think that was the big thing that put this in favor. of Nongshim. If Vikla had avoided that taunt, used the flash, used the Tibbers, I think this could have been a very different fight.
Yeah.
And then just the repeated cooldowns of Kingin, and Gideon just the sustained damage of the autos. And now he hits level 6 of that, and he's 1-0-2, so he gets 3 Ultimate Hunter stacks before he even uses his ultimate.
It's actually gigantic.
So he's also going to be accelerated towards his Hex Plate. His ult cooldown on his first ult is going to be so low.
Yeah. This could turn into a perfect example of the draft isn't everything if this game continues to go the way of Nongshim. I mean, like we said, their draft is great too, especially if they get ahead. As, well, that one went over to, looks like it went over to Gideon. I don't know how that's possible.
No, it's because you got 2 grubs.
Oh, okay,
Pop-up says...
The pop-up was, yeah.
Yeah, the pop-up's like, you got more grubs, so you secured... Yeah.
Pop-up.
BNK4X got the 1 grub. Nongshim got the 2 grubs.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially because Jonas Strong like zoomed in on it. I'm like, whoa, how did that happen? Yeah, makes sense at the end of the day. So Nongshim just enjoying 1,000 gold to lead. And BNK, you know, they have this hard engage comp. If they get too far behind, I do worry about their ability to handle a lot of the threats on the side of Nongshim. You know, maybe they can burst down one if they get a really good engage, but if they're too far behind, maybe the Orianna's a big threat. Maybe the Nocturne becomes a big threat.
Yeah. I mean, BNK4X have a very bursty composition, and obviously we favor it a lot, being able to just blow up these critical targets, but if you're behind, as you said, and you either have to commit everything or you're not able to blow up these critical targets, you're playing into like a Yunara Orianna who will just shred. So obviously only 1,200 gold lead. It's not at the end of the world yet, but definitely not the way they wanted the game to start so far. And Nongshim getting that early advantage, a pretty big boon. Hexplate has now come in for Gideon. I'd be interested to know what his ult cooldown is already at this early point of the game.
Yeah.
Got to be pretty short, considering.
That would be good information to have. We're going to know once he uses it, eventually. But we'll have to wait and see if that even does happen. Could consider a little dive on a bot here. There is TP available, but Gideon just running on over, and this is a Galio that really doesn't care about the damage from the Rumble, and there you go. It's just as easy as that. It's Galio, and it's Nocturne. You press your ults, and you dive the Rumble who's alone.
Yep, it's that easy. Able to fly in, and you can see the ult taken away from the Nocturne already.
That's like
be able to
40 seconds. Maybe a little bit longer.
I don't think it's that
like
short.
50 to 60-ish. It's pretty short.
It's pretty short. It's pretty short. I'd be interested to know the exact number, because I think it's hard to speculate just by judging off that. But he's going to have that available so much, and if you just keep playing around the setup from your team, you're going to be able to just farm kills up so easily. Have that constant pressure. One of the things with Nocturne is without your ult, you kind of don't have that much agency. But if you just always have your ult up, there's never going to be a point where you don't have that agency.
Yeah. Vikla already getting bullied out a bit here in this lane. He does have TP, so I assume he'll just clear this and back away. But got to be careful. Maybe he was saying he knew that Nocturne didn't have ult.
Yeah, I mean, you already have this fed Galio, so easy to set up the kill there, and King is just able to walk it out. Takes a couple of tower hits for his trouble, but easy to set up the Nocturne, who is closing in on having the ult again. And you have the global impact of not just the Nocturne ult, but the Galio ult as well, so it really puts pressure on BNK4X. If you're trying to make plays to get back in the game, one of the best ways to get back into the game is finding a numbers advantage. If you're weaker, if you have less gold, you try and find a 3v2, a 4v3, 4v2, but when you're playing into double globals, that's so much harder to do. Put you on the back foot now. Kellen is looking for a flank here.
Yeah. Well, Hens looks like he's off vision based on what we can see, but now they know where he is. Kagan's 4-0-1. It looks like he wants to fight, but they're a little bit late to this one. Not sure how hard they can force this, as okay, and they go, I suppose they can with the Nocturne. Nocturne, he's going to steal it, Gideon will, and he's got the Galio for a bit of peel. Does he go down, though? He's going to flash and get away, and now the return fight comes in. Vikla gets low. It's the first kill here for Jiwoo, and he's beginning to just auto. There's really no threat onto him at all, and Jiwoo just having all the space in the world here, going to be able to take down Clear and get even more gold Meanwhile, in the 1v1, Diablo's not having fun against Calyx, who has Flash. And will be looking to force it. Nice try from Calyx. But even just the pressure is huge here to get Diablo out of lane.
Yeah, I mean, Diablo being 1v1 against Calyx, not really where you want him to be. Raptor's looking now.
I mean, you've got TP coming in. Raptor not exactly healthy. I think he just dies. Yeah, he just dies! There's no way. Calyx just gifted a free kill, and B&K are falling apart at the seams.
What is going on? I mean, you know, I saw him go for that play, and for a split second I was like, Sundered Sky. I'm like, no, Wukong goes Triforce first.
Yeah.
He's not going to get the healing. We'll see this play go in. Gideon ults in, gets the Dragon, but the problem is they put all their engage onto the Nocturne. So everything's been used, which means Jiwoo can just slide in and free hit. All their engage tools are down. They don't have their AD carry there. There's no way they're going to win this fight as a result. This Galio's too tanky to take down. Jiwoo's just free hitting. And Nongshim get everything they want and more. And then this play, you know,
and live, it looks like Jiwoo's gonna die. Not sure exactly what happened here. We'll have to take a look at the replay there.
Okay, that shouldn't. Oh, Vikla.
I mean, you saw Orianna. Okay, well, he doesn't really have anywhere to go, so it doesn't really matter that he saw the Orianna. As now, what happened to Jiwoo looks like it will happen to Vikla, at least in terms of the dying aspect.
Yeah, well, Vikla is with less gold, so I think B&K FX will take that, but it's definitely not super positive in that situation. Still a big lead for Nongshim, but yeah, so Jiwoo. Yes.
Yes, yes. All right, I think we can go to live now. Yeah, we've seen enough. Yeah, we know what happens. Yeah, little engage coming in here, but Gideon is just so tanky. They have tons of damage though, as the paranoia will come out. Can they actually kill this Nocturne? They are so desperate to do so, but he's going to get away for now. Equalizer finally does get him, and it looks like Nongshim heavily overcommitting, overextending, and B&K will win big.
This game was so in Nongshim's control, and they're just opting into these fights that allow B&K FX to get back into it. They're disrespecting the composition that they have. They'll just engage on you. That's what their comp does. And now when the game was starting to look doom and gloom, B&K FX are right back in it. Kingen looking for Diablo. By the way, I do want to note, Kingen has a Medjai's.
Wait, he really does?
Yeah.
Wait, he had 10 stacks on a Darkseal.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
He's kind of been popping off.
I mean, we knew he was really fed, but this is actually a good angle because he was going tank, but now he actually does damage.
I mean, the problem in this situation is just so overextended. You have no support from your team. It's just the Nocturne Alistair. And the thing is, the Nocturne feels horrible here because you can't ult in. You're stuck in the fight already. Ideally, the Nocturne ults to assist people, not like he's already stuck in the fight and he's ulting to turn the lights off. And then Jiwoo walks in to help. Jiwoo just coming back from having
not helping.
Dead.
Not helping.
Yeah, goes down too. A lot of gold over the side of B&K FX, and the game feeling pretty close once again. They did manage to pick up the Herald. It's less than 1,000 gold lead.
Really, the only saving grace is that they got the turret and bot. And then King and TP'd mid, and he saved the turret mid for them. So, yeah, I see Jonas Strong trying to show off. Is he okay? I mean, he's just going to dash over the wall. Here comes Kellen. They have vision on this. In goes Kellen. And trying to get out now as the Rakan. He will be able to. But look at this. I mean, Rift Herald's coming down mid. Lahenge might just die to Corki. And a Redemption gets zoned away.
Yeah, I want to know.
Mid-inner.
Diablo has been the one picking up a lot of these kills, getting the shutdowns. He is 1,500 ahead of Jiwoo. Kingen has a bigger lead, but you know, this Galio doesn't feel as intimidating as this Corki right now. He's approaching. I mean, he has the 2 items already. The Manamune's not stacked yet, but he's hit level 11. He's got that second point in the rockets. Diablo is so strong, and I think Nongshim are really starting to feel like they've fumbled with how this game started.
Yes. That's a good shout. You know, the NFL just started again, so glad you're aware of our American sports, Ox. Thank you.
Yeah, leaning into the American culture.
That's definitely what you meant, right? By saying fumbled?
Of course.
There's no fumbling in other sports or anything like that. All right, we're getting to work here on the second dragon, it looks like. And, I mean, Nongshim do have control of this. There's no real control of the banana brush because there's 3 members of Nongshim that are standing in it. And so that's going to be, Hextech Soul here in this game. As Equalizer going to come down, that's actually very nice up against the wall. Gio just zoned away from the get-go, as now Kingen, he is the final raid boss, but he might be taken out here as the Rakan with the follow-up engage does do his job, and Calyx will bite the dust as well. Kingen just trying to hold on to those stacks, and at least he will be able to. And at least Nongshim got the Drake, but BNK just keep winning fights.
Nongshim just needed to leave. That just wasn't a good setup. The equalizer from Clear was great, but also Vikla did a fantastic job of just removing Jiwoo from the fight. Jiwoo didn't get to play the game. He got a bear dropped on his head and just instantly was like, well, I'm done. See you guys later. See if you can 4v5. If you look what happened here, so they all line up against this piece of terrain. Prime spot for an equalizer, which gets good damage. Then look at Vikla coming in. Tibbers on a Jiwoo. Jiwoo cleanses. He's gone. He's out the fight. He can't do anything more.
Yeah.
And so the rest of the fight, even though these targets are low HP, can't follow up. And then Kellen saves the ult quite late, which beautifully allows him to clear up the Orianna. And then, as you said, Kingen is like, I'm just saving my stacks. Get me out of here.
Kingen's been in this situation many a time. I feel like where he's carrying, where he's doing tons of damage, where he's getting fed, and then the team is just not coming together around him, you know? That one, you know, wasn't necessarily that they weren't coming around the Galio, but at the same time, he seems to be the only one who is going down. Mine's that Vikla did go for the Rocket Belt first here, not the Malignance. So that was pretty interesting. Allowed him to get that engaged even more reliably in that last fight against Jiwoo.
Yeah, it's less consistent damage in the fights. It's also going to mean you have less burst, right? You don't get immediately drop like the magic resist shred on them, but getting the dash into the ult is a lot of value, and it does look like he's going for that Malignance next, so value in connecting the stun, which obviously we saw there was really really important. Kingen has got the Riftmaker, so 3 items on this Galio. This Galio is really strong, but I just feel like you can see in the fights, he's getting people low. Hard for him to finish the targets off. He really needs some more work to be done by his teammates. And
theoretically, they have the damage in the composition, but the way the fights are playing out, the damage dealers are never able to deal their damage. They're just kind of dying to the engage of BNK or being pushed away from the fight, so.
Or just being zoned.
Yeah.
You know? That's the thing, is you don't actually have to kill the Yunara, as we saw in that last fight. You just have to get her low enough that she can't participate and then kill everyone else.
Yeah.
And the job's kind of a good one. And now Jiwoo doesn't have cleanse, only for a little bit, but Calyx not having flash is a big hit to Nongshim's ability to team fight. And we do have Diablo is closing up and having the Mana Immune fully stacked. Nearly isn't too far away from a Collector as well. Raptors approaching, having Sundered Sky. These are all really big spikes. Yeah, Sundered Sky now in, Malignance now in for Vikla. If Diablo recalls and gets a Collector, I think, honestly, at that point, you just start up the Arakan and you're ready to go. Because those are some massive item spikes.
Still got to be careful if you let Nongshim front to back for free. I do want them to try to turn off of an Arakan and actually do what they've been doing. It's actually going to be Nongshim that start this up. As Diablo backs, it's not on vision, but he's just not part of this fight right now. There are Hex Gates, so maybe he can get there on time, but the damage is already being done here to this Otacon.
Well, Vikla's looking for a flank angle.
Yeah, looks like they were able to spot that somewhat effectively. Kingen is going in and giving himself up just to zone everybody away. They're trying to turn on the Vikla. Vikla in a lot of trouble. Down he will go, but so will Kingen, as that's a trade that BNK will take. The super fed Galio, they take him off the map, as now the Annie is gone as well. A lot of damage being done here by the Otacon. Got to be careful about just going for this one. Trying to turn now onto Lahens. It's going to get low. It's going to come down to 81 health. And the kill will go over to the side of BNK. The Otacon secured. Plus X, they are looking for a little bit more. Jiwoo trying to do what he does on the Yunara. Nice dash away. They're not able to lock him down. Jiwoo still alive. Raptor does go in though and finally finishes him off as Calyx doing a bit of damage, but not enough. Not quite enough. Everybody is so low on the side of BNK. Redemption's going to make this a lot easier as TP comes in. Clear says, thank you very much. I will take that kill, and BNK are running away with this game.
And you see the value of the Sundered Sky there from Raptor. The amount of times he got that bit of health coming in, getting that extra damage, cleaning up the fights. I think Nongshim, you know, the timing, Diablo being on the reset seems good in theory. We obviously don't know if they have the information there, but he gets back in time. And these item spikes of BNK FearX were so big. Yes, they end up killing Vikla here, but the Fed Galio is a much better trade for BNK FearX. They'll take that 100%. They also get Lahen's ult. They chunk him out as well. Calyx takes a lot of damage from the Tibbers. And in this longer fight, you know, Raptor gets so much value here. Diablo's super fed. He's doing so much damage. And I love the way Raptor plays this. He's just constantly fishing for Sundered Sky procs. He is abusing the item.
As you should. Bear going to be dropped here on a king, and that's going to force his flash away. Keep in mind that his Magi's now has 0 stacks. Very sad.
Yeah,
Galio.
That's a little bit tragic. You know, his gold lead is now shrunk to just 1,100, about a little bit less than Raptor's gold lead, but Diablo 2,500 above Ju. And look at the items he has. He is pumping damage right now. And I think if you consider, you know, we talked about the strength of the composition, and we're saying how, look, draft isn't always going to mean that you definitely win the game and everything. I think this game is kind of testament to how we view the strength of this composition, because obviously BNK FearX has played it well, but think how badly the early game went, and they've managed to bring it back to this point of the game. Just their engage has been so good. And they've managed to really just constantly find these good fights, despite having that big deficit. Nongshim weren't really able to keep a lid on it.
BNK just so comfy right now. They're the ones on the front foot. They decide how these fights begin and how they end most of the time. Well, I say that. They were going to try to get in onto this Corgi Bikini, and immediately he's going to regret that decision. Just kind of dies. As Diablo's still at Flash, it's not going to work if he's got Flash.
Yeah, uses the Valkyrie and the Flash to dodge away from the Shockwave. Well played there from Diablo.
A little engaged now here from the rest of the team as Nongshim just kind of hanging around. Lahen's just dying as the Galio will also be going down here, it looks like. As tanky as Kingen is, it just doesn't matter. That's just bonus kills here for BNK. Nongshim have truly fallen apart.
Yep, 2 seconds on the Baron, so BNK FearX can head towards that. And Nongshim, they try and make the engage on the Corki. It's kind of a desperation play. It's hard to say what else they could really do in that situation, but they're punished immediately for it. I think this game is just firmly falling out of their control.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Free Baron, feeling pretty good about that. The Otacon working wonders for them. They've got 33 enhanced petals. And now 4,000 gold, the difference in the 80 carries. 9, 0, and 3. What good is the first pick Yunara if this is what happens? He's calling for it.
Yep. Steps at mid. The team are ready to play. Yeah. Just the confidence, especially from a rookie player, to say, I'm going to bait, they're going to go for me, be ready. And then I think the mistake here from Nongshim is they want to show some presence because they're like, we don't want them just to have control of Baron. But by stepping up, you're just giving them more kills. You know, you're trying to fight without your main engage tools. You're trying to fight in a 4v5. They just give more kills over. In this game, it's just firmly cooked at this point.
Yeah. And I don't even know how to feel about the draft and the discussion we were having, because we did like BNK's draft, but it also just feels like they're outplaying Nongshim in the game at the same time. Maybe it's just a bit of both, as, uh-oh, that Harpoon's going to find Lahen. So, yeah, he's dead. Just the question is when, or maybe he'll just buy a lot of time by running away forever. He actually ghosted with his spellbook, so...
Just found a cow out in the range, you know? This one's roaming free.
It's not very nice to interrupt the cow.
Oh, he's still going!
Meanwhile, here's the engage. Calyx does not get to play the game. Yeah, doesn't have to be the Yunara if Ju's just going to be mid, as the main push is coming down in the bottom lane here for BNK.
And now it's just a Nocturne to defend against 3, which is a pretty impossible task, so...
Yeah, they do have to go home at some point. Clear, meanwhile, with this Baron, is just pushing mid. And it looks like BNK, they say, well, they're able to get home here, but we are looking to take down the mid inhibitor instead. Yeah.
Nongshim maybe can try and look to catch them before the wave comes in. A little bit too late.
And Kagan's just going to try to send it onto the Rumble, but yeah, the follow-up is just not there. No Paranoia to come in, and Kingen loses most of his life in the trade, so he's going to have to give up the inhibitors.
Diablo has 2 more items over Jiwoo.
Yeah, and items are pretty good in this game.
They are, generally.
Legends, yeah.
I mean, this is the combo that the Wukong Rakan, we talk about the Wukong Annie. Annie just doesn't need to be here. It's pretty... Wait, he just backed and he finished his boots? Because I was like, okay, maybe I'm being a bit unfair because, like, Jiwoo has the tier 3 boots. He just backed, got a BF sword, and he finished his boots. This Corki is giga-fed.
He's about to be full build before 30 minutes. he's almost there.
Look at that, what's that damage?
This is incredible. The Galio not very good against the Corki. Just gets shredded. And it's actually, well, it was kind of a Penta angle, but not anymore. As Clear is cleaning up the rest of the fight, he says, I'm fed too. Please talk about me, guys. Well, actually, it's Diablo who's the main character. Sorry, Clear. 13-0-3 is Diablo. The game is over.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game was over a while ago, but the Nexus is going to die any second now. And it's a rough one for Nongshim, who had such a strong start, and then I think gave Windows back in. I will say, I don't think the draft did them any favors. They gave a lot of tools over to BNK FairX, but BNK FairX were ruthless once they got their opportunity.
BNK looking really strong in this first game. They fall behind, they remain stable, and they say, believe in ourselves, believe in the ability for Nongshim to make some mistakes, and we can come back.
And believe in the Wukong Annie win streak. 11 in a row now, is that?
Yep.
Pretty good, pretty good. But yeah, I think it's a good confidence boost. It's a good start, and especially, this was Nongshim on blue side. You know, they had the side selection advantage in game 1. Anytime where the opposing team has that game 1 side selection and you start off with a series win, you're feeling phenomenal about your chances going forwards.
We thought the losses yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, from Nongshim against Bro were a bit of a fluke. We were looking at Nongshim as, you know, they had the majority of the Preds here, but not the case in this game number 1. They looked like the heavy underdogs by the end of this game. Although, as we mentioned before, they had a pretty decent lead in this one, and we were saying, hey, maybe they're just going to win off of better play.
You know, that damage graphs make sense because Diablo had double Jiwoo's items and did double his damage.
Yeah, 30K in less than 30 minutes. Pretty insane stuff for the 80 carry player on the side of BNK. 1-0 to BNK. We'll take a break, and we'll be back.
할 테니까 유나라 나오는 거 볼 수 있나 우리 그냥? 야, 우리 하나 없을 때 싸우고 싶어 나. 야, 싸워도 돼, 싸워도 돼. 나 더블 2초. 길게 봐, 길게. 야, 나 유나라 볼 수 있어 이거 얘들아. 나 유나라 볼 수 있어. 길게 본단 마인드로 해, 길게 본단 마인드로. 야, 싸워. 얘들아 좀 볼게. 나 가는 중. 아, 괜찮아. 갈게. 유나라 개피야. 그렇게 살려. 뭐야 이거? 나 뭐 아무것도 안 해도 이기는데? 이거 잡을 사람. 잡자. 나 실드 줄게. 바텀만 써야 돼 이거. 바텀 써서 끝내자.
And trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you. And I'm not letting go. You open up this feeling inside me.
Hello everyone, welcome to the space for game 1 of the round 2 upper bracket matchup here. The win goes directly into the playoffs, so the stakes are high. And both teams playing with high quality champions early on, Nongshim and BNK FearX. But BNK FearX, they battle it out, they get the win here in game number 1. Digon alongside Wolf and Chronicler. And you know, the composition put together was Nongshim Worldwide. It was a lot of globals, but what do you do against BNK FearX International Esports Club? It's built into the name. It kind of crumbled here. You didn't like that one?
I know. I'm just kind of trying to follow all of the different references, all the cooking that's happening.
So both drafts were pretty strong. I do think, however, that on my in my view, the draft that we saw from BNK was much stronger. Because they have insane amounts of engage. Like, they have Wukong Rakan, but they also have the Annie. They have Rumble to follow up on it. And if the Corki is just sitting back, it can both escape from engages, like the Nocturne engage we saw in the mid lane, or follow up on engages incredibly well. And if you look at what Nongshim Red Force have here, it's a comp that's incredibly strong for their playstyle, but they lose this first game as well. And now you're in a situation where you can't actually use a lot of these big picks that Nongshim are famous for, like the Galio.
There's also the added issue of, if you look at BNK as a team, you literally, and the causes highlight this, you could not get a better draft for them. Like, this is a team that literally since its inception has done one thing exceptionally well, and that's diving, right? Like, they are just the dive comp team. We've seen it every single time that this team looks good, they get to play their game. And let it be a reminder as well that I think BNK throughout this year, and really throughout a lot of their rosters, sometimes when they get drafts like this, they just hit. And it doesn't really matter who their opposition is, Genji and T1 notwithstanding. Again, those teams are on a different level. But I feel like for Nongshim to give over this draft, the cope take is, hey, now all the champions are gone and we didn't spread them out. The obviously downside of this is now you're down 0-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Early on, though, the composition was working for Nongshim. They got an early lead. But then, Lahen's kind of walked where he wasn't supposed to.
Like, when you have this comp on your head, which they were, you want to maintain the tempo, so you always want to try to fish for deeper picks, but this is way too aggressive here from Lahen's and Gideon. And this was not the last time, and it was not the first time, actually, really, in this game where we saw Nongshim walk forward looking for a pick, thinking they had the numbers advantage, and then more members for BNK show up and they get shut down. And, like, it's moments like these where you're trying to continue your tempo, but ironically you lose all of your tempo, and then your map control is lessened, and now you can't actually play your comp anymore.
So what Nongshim did really well early on was just isolating members in side lane. These type of skirmishes, I am here to tell you, outside of T1, there is no team that is looking for a scrap like BNK. Literally, we saw there, Clear was already halfway through the rotation by the time that fight was like halfway beginning. They will be looking for fights, and we saw this against DK yesterday as well. They are so solid at just making sure the right members arrive at the right time.
Yeah, required a little bit more discipline to play this one out here by Nongshim. Speaking of it, Otacon has been a huge, huge boon to teams that want to find fights when they're behind. In this case, Vikla, he takes the portal, gets a little call out, but it allows the rest of the team to collapse onto primary targets on the Otacon.
I really don't mind this from Vikla because he baits them in, and they look at this. Even Lahen's is coming in here, ends up pulling the aggro of 4 people, and obviously Kingen is incredibly fed in this game, very difficult to take down. But that's where the Otacon prio is. That's where the control is. They're able to burst him down, and yes, Vikla dies in the exchange, but they get full prio here. And now, how did Nongshim get back in?
So not only is the positioning good, also look at the health bars. That's just Vikla, by the way.
Yeah.
On that backline, on Gideon and on Calyx. So obviously the flip goes the way. This is just a 50-50 that could have come to Nongshim. But I think the ensuing fight will always go to BNK, meaning that they always come out of this with an advantage in tempo, which is what allowed them to set up the dragon. And it's moments like this where you're again seeing BNK have been honing this kind of sense of scrapping for such a long time. I think the team can struggle when falling behind, but let's not forget, they actually were, in the early game here, falling behind. Like, they actually were like 1-2k goal behind. We were kind of assuming that Nongshim was going to be able to clean it out or play it out cleanly, and they just don't have that instinct anymore.
If all the engage is gone too, you can see Gio was like almost able to turn that fight around. He was so close, and the Raptor flashes on him and kills him. His health is incredibly low, but in that moment, he's like, so close. He's walking that fine line, doesn't want to get flashed on, knows the Wukong has flash, but still needs to walk forward and do that damage. If that was played a little bit better, a little bit more setup there from Nongshim, then I think that he could have carried that fight. He could have popped off once the Cyclone was down, but he's taken out there in the end, and the rest is history.
Yeah, to me, it was exciting to see, okay, this is a clear draft plan. Jiwoo, this is for you, buddy. We're picking everything for you. Carry us here. And I don't think this is Jiwoo's fault. It's, hey, how do we play this out properly? Lahens has to remember who the important one is there. They tried to go ahead and stop Ikla on the side. They ended up not protecting Jiwoo, and then you don't have the tools to do it. They fall behind, and then the game was history from there. Game number 1 in the books here, as Lahens, he's been such a puzzling figure, I think, this year, right? Because he was young earlier in the season, right, with the LCK Cup. Listen to your young. Now, it's still trying to figure out, is he on the up or is he on the down?
He's having a little bit of a barrel arc, which is very scary, you know, is playing extremely confidently, but he's not actually able to back up that confidence in some of those engages and calls with success. And it's been more of a liability, I think, in these last 2 play-in series than he has been a boon. Despite picking up POM in the first series, we can't forget those 2 games.
Yeah, if Wolf is saying it's a barrel arc, that's not good. If it was Atlas saying it'd be a compliment, not the case here.
All right, well, let's see how this arc goes in game number 2 for Nongshim versus BNK FearX.
Thank you guys for that breakdown. Curious to see what the arc of this series is going to look like and who is going to end up winning it, because, you know, that's a pretty devastating loss for Nongshim. You're on blue side, you get what seems to be a great draft, but you give everything that BNK wants. So I feel like that's one that can crush confidence a little bit. They need to bounce back here strong.
Yeah, and you know, it was mentioned briefly by Chronicler that obviously a lot of power picks taken away in Fearless. I do think something to be said is a lot of these picks are so good in synergy, but they are also just individually very high up in the tier list. So we'll see how that does play out in this game too. Thought they was taken off the cards. I do think the puzzling thing for me was the fact that they banned Xin Zhao and Trundle only to give over Wukong. So we'll see if they kind of alter their approach this time around.
I mean, they have to. They certainly have to. A lot of stuff gone. Will we just see similar bans here?
Yeah, that's what I kind of mean, though, is like, are you just going to ban the same, or are you going to try and maybe get your hands on, like, the Xin Zhao pickup, maybe, that you banned last time? Maybe get an early, or maybe like a top lane early pickup for Kingen? Because I think Kingen had a pretty fantastic game, but obviously limited the impact that Galio can have in terms of like carry potential. Obviously, we've seen Galio carry games, don't get me wrong, but not in terms of like a DPS sort of carry position when he was fed.
Yeah.
So maybe if he was able to play something like a Gwen or an Aurora, could be a different story. We do see them coming out with a Nico and Vi bans, so kind of limiting some of the engage duels we see being very popular for BNK FearX. They've gone for the PA. Will they go for the Pat bans again with the Talia?
Pat. A little pat on the head of Nongshim.
Yeah, and this time
they walk by him.
Nongshim not banning the Xin Zhao Trundle, which I think...
Well, they went for Pat, but that's not Talia.
Yeah, so Talia open and available, and I think Calyx probably just slams it. I think the thing is, actually going to go for the Rise in this situation. A pick that he has played a good amount of. And Talia is going to be the response coming out from BNK FearX. I wonder what if you do just end up going for
Xin Zhao
here, like Talia Xin Zhao. There's also Poppy available, who's pretty strong. I'm not sure you need to pick it up now, though. You could also look for like top priority if you wanted to pick up like the Aurora, but they're just going to go for the Xin Zhao for Raptor. Enjoying the Sundered Sky gameplay from last game.
Whatever champ abuses it the best is the best, generally. Outside of Wukong, who eventually does get to abuse the item, but it takes a little while. You need to get to 2 items. What's the jungler response here on the side of Nongshim, or will it just be something else? Sivir selected pretty early on.
Yeah, I think one thing is that Sivir often gets kind of shut down by Jarvan, but since you've seen the Xin Zhao, you feel pretty comfortable to go for it. You could go for Jarvan yourself, honestly. On the side of Nongshim. And it looks like they are going to secure that one. So a lot of scaling on the side of Nongshim in the Rise and the Sivir, and a lot of confidence in the team fights, I feel like, with these picks. You know, it's a strong mid-jungle combo. and a lot of early skirmishing impact from BNK FairX, but those team fights, there's a lot of force to be answered from Nongshim. And I think you probably just pick up your top laner here, and then you could ban up things.
Aurora?
You're gonna see. I think you could go Gwen.
Ambessa.
Gonna go for the Ambessa instead. Maybe the Gwen nerfs, making you not want to opt into that with the armor nerfs. Feels a little bit weaker. Going for the Ambessa instead. And now you can kind of ban away anything you don't want to play into.
Yeah. Renekton.
Renekton being a big one. Maybe the Aurora as well. And for the side of Nongshim, you can just hammer away at 80 carries, although maybe if you're a little worried about some of the supports open and available. We did see Rakan, Alistair taken away by Fearless though, and Nico banned, so I think you're not too uncomfortable about a lot of the support picks available. I think Rel, kind of one of the picks, like in terms of engaged sports, he's like the highest left open.
It's like Rel, and then you go to Leona, Nautilus.
I feel like Nautilus is really uncomfortable into Jarvan because of the Cataclysm terrain.
Yeah.
But the Lucian ban makes a lot of sense.
Aatrox.
Gonna take away Aatrox. A lot of respect towards Kingen. He's just kind of being pretty fantastic on that pick. And actually going for the Kalista ban, something Diablo definitely very proficient on. I remember when he first joined the team, had some highlight clips on, and we have seen it start to show up a little bit here and there since she got those buffs most recently.
Yeah. Definitely could have gone Kalista Renata and just played it very aggressively with Sinjao and Bessa front line. What are we going to see instead? Jhin available?
Yeah, I think Jhin would probably be okay.
Oh.
Gonna go for the Zeri.
Zeri. Okay.
I mean, does have the mobility to get out of the Cataclysm. It can be a little uncomfortable with the short range into like the Rise, but definitely a lot of team fighting power if you're concerned about that into like Sivir Rise in the later stages of the game. And looking at the Yorick for King in here, which I think plays pretty okay with that matchup. Obviously Yorick can be pretty annoying in the side lane, especially once it gets to 6, but with the amount of ability you have, you don't really feel that threatened by the baby cage. Bard coming through for Lehens here.
Yeah. I feel like this comp already has a high barrier to entry. It seems pretty difficult to play into Zeri. You don't have a lot of good lockdown. She can dash out of pretty much everything, and then the Rel, which we were talking about, just great next tier engage that was left available.
Yeah, I feel like we got like these really high tier picks from BNK FairX in the first draft. It kind of feels like they've just dropped down in terms of priority a little bit on the next one.
Yeah.
I think they're still happy with a lot of picks they've got. You know, the Talia, obviously, a great pick for Vikla. They got the Zinzali and Bessa. I think these are all picks they're just generally happy with. For Nongshim, you know, I feel like we've seen the Bard be very strong in the right scenario, but also kind of be a little hit or miss if it's obviously a pick with high burden of execution. There's another thing with the Yorick as well, is that like obviously the pick we've seen have some fantastic games, but also not always the most reliable in team fights. And as you said, the main point is they don't have clear lockdown or answers to the Zeri.
Yeah.
So if Diablo gets fed, you might struggle to deal with him.
I mean, he's the guy that just went 13-0-3 on you. And, CFO fan cheering for Diablo. There you go. That's a good choice. I like that choice.
Game 1 must have been fun.
I have a feeling Game 2 might also be fun. I'm not really sure if they have a good answer to this Zeri. And yes, if they get ahead, they have great scaling on the side of Nongshim. But they really have to bounce back strong. And we'll see if their confidence is there for game number 2. We are ready. Let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 2 begins now. The upper bracket match. The winner moves on to the playoffs. They're out of play-ins. The loser has another best of 5 in 2 days that they will have to face off against either DK or Bro.
The fact that BNK FairX already got that first game. I mean, if Nongshim lose this next one, it'd be such an uncomfortable position to be in. To have to win 3 in a row to claw this one back. So really need this game win. And you know, we were very praise heavy for the game 1 draft from BNK FairX. I think it's even though leaning towards BNK FX, a lot more even this time, which is a low bar, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is the concerns with the Zeri. There is sort of concerns with how they're going to deal with that, and also just the team fighting power of the Zeri Rel, which was the combo. You know, we had the quadra kill, pentakill from Ruler when Ruler and Duro, they played Zeri Rel together to great effect. And it was into Siva actually as well. There was that great moment where it was Ruler slid in, ulted to proc the spell shield, and Duro got the stun. So Jiwoo definitely needs to watch out for the level 6 of these two champions. A lot of threat there.
Yeah, it does feel like once again the onus on him just a little bit to be able to do as much as Zeri can do later on in the game. You're generally going to need, you know, at least two, but hopefully 3 items. Lots of damage coming in here from the ghouls, very annoying for clear. But yeah, you're going to need a lot. You're going to need time for Jiwoo to come online, and same for Calyx. Whereas I feel like BNK's comp can go much earlier if necessary.
And also this game, Gideon on the Jarvan, a lot more potential to make things happen early. Obviously did have that great skirmish on the Nocturne and was doing things, but you kind of usually waiting for your ult. Whereas on the Jarvan, you know, he's level 3. It's go time already if he really wants to. I think Vikla definitely a target that you can punish. We've seen KT are a team who really love playing the Ryze Jarvan to great effect, and it's just very much like the point and click CC into the flag and drag. So powerful, particularly into a Talia, who is that mobile pick. So I would love to see Gideon look for some ganks in the mid lane, get the flash from Vikla, and then do it again. You know, you have Lahens on the Bard, you have a Siva.
Full engage here, no spell shield, and guess who's here? It's Raptor already! The early ganks looking for the magical journey, and they are gonna get it actually. Dude just flashes away. Lahens saves his AD carry.
Any other champion, and you're just dead. Any other champion but Bard, and you're just dead there. And you saw the moment where Lahens is like lining up. He's like, wait a minute, give me a second.
Gotta be careful not to mess
Find the angle. Oh man, if he messed that one up. That'll be a tilter. I'm not sure there's any recovery. That's a series ender if you mess that one up.
Well, you got rocks on the ground. It is gonna stun both of them, and Raptor's here again! As Calyx flashes away, but he's just gonna burn down to the red buff, which immediately dissipates after the fact, of course. Gideon
There's no way.
is gonna get away.
That timing's so unlucky.
Yep.
They timed out just after the fact. But, you know, I was saying, this is what I want to see, Calyx and Gideon using that gank setup, but then the fact Raptor is there, okay, we gotta see the perspective from Lahens.
Says, come down, come down.
Lining it up. You know, he could have got it, you saw briefly. He could have got it a little longer, and he wouldn't have had the flash, but no, still a good, yeah. So they go for the setup, but he has the red buff now, and then it times out then.
By the way, we're going in on the bottom lane once again. Guess who doesn't have flash? After the last play, it's Jiwoo, and just tanking it up. It's so easy for them. Diablo and Kellen getting duo kills like it's nothing.
How did that happen? I want to know, how did we end up in that situation? Jiwoo making a critical error, and you know, Diablo and Kellen at times, I mean, they have so many duo kills. I think at times they were #1 in the league for duo kills, may still be, but finding these windows pretty fantastic here, and this is not a good omen for Nongshim in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's fallen apart pretty early on. Imagine you're Kingen, who just had a great game in the last one, and the team kind of falls apart, and now you're on Yorick, and the whole bottom of the map is falling apart again. I would not feel good. Speaking of which, Lahens going to bait them here, I suppose. There is the knockback, and now he's going to get in the magical journey.
Oh, Vikla try to predict the magical journey with the big boulder. Doesn't read it, but I'm just loving the confidence from Kellen here. Oh, Claire had the flash. So Kingen doing well, but you look at the rest of the map and you just like, oh god.
It's top laner experience, you know?
Yeah.
You're winning, everything's going great, you're feeling great, you look at the scoreboard.
And I think the roughest thing, we'll see this first. So, slide over the wall. The spell shield doesn't end up proccing for the crash down. So just beautifully played there by Diablo and Kellen, punishing this Siva. And the thing that was unfortunate, when Gideon and Calyx went for that gank on Vikla, they didn't even get his flash. I think that's the thing is I was talking about. If you get his flash, you just chain gank, especially with the Bard. And Vikla should die again and again and again. The fact that they didn't get his flash, but they burnt Calyx's, just means they're very hesitant about going for the play again. And Kellen's been camping mid. Speaking of camping...
Yeah, here we go on all hands once again. They're not going to overcommit, especially because Xiu is right there. They don't know where Gideon is. So, still a nice chunk, and the plant going to be eaten here by Diablo, so it just means that more prio for your bottom lane of BNK. They already got the Drake, as now the Spell Shield is going to come in. That's the Zap on top of Xiu as well. Just a ton of damage already coming in. The short Magical Journey gets him out, but yes, you're living. You're not having a fun time at all.
This is feeling so rough. Oh, the laser! Ooh. If that had stopped the recall, it would have felt... I mean, to be honest, he would have just walked it off. He has his jungler nearby. But it would have been a tilter. And I think that's been the theme of this early game. It's been a tilter for Nongshim's bot lane. It has not been a fun time by any means. The Hen's doing his best on the bar to try and keep the vibes up with the hot cocoa he's given over to Jiu, but Jiu is just not having the best of times.
Yeah, I don't think the hot cocoa is working very well. Maybe making the hands a bit sweaty.
It's not the right
what you want.
It's not the right weather for hot cocoa. Really.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely is not. Kingen does have flash, but which way is he going to go? He's going to flash over to the left and put down the Ghoulie wall. Does get away, but the Maiden is not going to. 50 gold goes over to Raptor, as well as the kill on the Maiden.
Kellen's just everywhere, and you know you love the Maiden gank coming in. Oh, speaking of everywhere, Gideon should be able to get out.
Feels like Raptor's everywhere too. Slow comes down. He's fine.
Able to get on this one. Moving over to the Grubs now. We'll get one. Should be able to pick up a second. Raptor still has Smite. Maybe just disengage and give him the third. Actually,
Nongshim are just running straight into it. The Bard is going to disengage, but Gideon already pretty low. The timing is very nice from their side. The Cataclysm had to be used to deny the knockback, and now it's a snowball. BNK just get everything. They're getting the grubs, they're getting the kills, they're getting the vibes. Everything's being taken from Nongshim.
They have everything, and the timing from Vikla so nice on the Tempered Fate for the follow-up. I'm not actually sure if he got the Seismic Shove timing perfectly, but everything was set up just to finish off Gideon on the exit. 2,000 gold lead now. And at this point, it's looking like a 2-0 advantage. With this much of an advantage in gold, Nongshim are really in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? I feel like they're kind of floundering, like they're trying to go in on that fight when it's just a bit too late and the Jarvan just gets blown up. Doesn't feel like anything's going very well for them, and BNK...
Oh, no, nothing.
Their comfort zone.
Yeah, it's 4 on kills. They're down a Dragon, they're down all 3 Grubs. It's one more objective for Feats of Strength. I mean, the only caveat is this kind of feels... I mean, to be honest, it's not as advantageous as it was in Game 1, but Nongshim did have a similar lead in Game 1 and kind of threw it away. Oh, the big thing is Raptor just picked up Sundered Sky. Okay, we'll see this again. So they go over the engage on a Gideon, land everything. Tempered Fate. Vikla goes for the Seismic Shove, but the ult means it doesn't connect.
Yeah.
But he just dies anyway immediately. Slow onto Kingen, and Kingen being immobile, no flash, he's just dead. So just ready to immediately follow up on the setup. And BNK FX is just being decisive. So much more decisive with these plays.
Yeah, it kind of just looked like Nongshim were going for like a casual walk, like a little nature walk up in the river. And BNK were just ready to smack them down. It was not going to be casual. It was not going to be very fun for them at all. And now BNK, you mentioned being everywhere. Like, they're denying all the vision. Kellen and Raptor are just following each other around the map. And that's what you want out of your support jungle. You want to have that synergy. You want to be making plays. And all of these tools from the Jarvan, from the Rise that Nongshim could have used are just going to waste in this game so far.
I mean, at this point, Kellen just goes where he wants. He speeds up Raptor. Raptor has Sundered Sky. I mean, look at Jiwoo's items and look at Calyx's items. Calyx has 2 ruby crystals in a tier. And Jiwoo has a Crit Cloak, a Coalfields, a Cull, and a Doran's Blade.
Yes.
How are they going to kill this Xin Zhao? No, really.
They're not.
How?
No, I don't think they will.
Yeah, so it's just, at this point, you just need to weather the storm. At least you have good wave clear. But that dragon is gone. Second dragon of the game.
Uh-oh. And now, okay, nice dodge here from Kingen, but now the Maiden's going to come out, maybe a little bit late, as Kingen 1v2, and Kellen once again is everywhere. He exists in every single lane. Tons of damage being done to Clear, though, and now Gideon is coming in, and Clear's in a lot of trouble. Gnome able to turn the play around with some help from their jungler. Now we got Raptor on the bottom side. Calyx is going to attempt to run away, as no stun to deal with this. And he will be able to get out.
Okay, some nice plays coming out from Nongshim. You know, the ult not connecting from Clear was pretty pivotal there to him getting away, King and dodging away with some fancy footwork. The backup from Gideon, and then Calyx able to disengage, getting a phase rush. Some positive plays. They'll still lose the dragon, which doesn't feel great, but maybe hoping for Chemtech Soul. And we'll see here, just trying to buy time, dodges away from the ult.
Says look top.
Does get hit by the stun.
Come over, please.
But dodging a lot of damage, and you can see there, Clear kind of disengages from the play because he's getting melted by the Maiden.
Good.
Just like it's over, it's over.
Finally, the one person who's having a good time gets some help.
Yeah, I mean, the Yorik's been going well here for Kingen. So he's got that going for him. But again, like, feeding the Yorick doesn't, I mean, it's going to be nice. Like, at least you have
something. We need some hope,
You have
Brendan.
anything. Yeah.
We'll take it, you know. It is a Chemtech Soul, so this is great news for Nongshim. That it's one of the weaker souls, one of the ones that aren't going to be as much of an issue. It still can be a bit painful because, like, Xin Zhao and Ambessa get a lot of value from it, but it could have been like a Hex Tech, it could have been a Mountain, it could have been a much more problematic soul. So I think that's the hopium we're kind of selling here, we're peddling in this situation.
Yeah, they need something, they need anything. We'll try to give them that something for now.
The tempo vibes are slipping away, but you know, they're wavering.
I mean, slipping away. They were in the dumpster. They were non-existent almost. So, at least on the side of Nongshim. But yeah, at least they got something here. Little try on Avikla, but he's got the smooth surfing along the wall. The extra movement speed plus the tier 2 boost just makes it super easy for him to dodge.
You know, I thought he was going to miss a CS, and then just the Maiden did it for him. It's that easy. But, you know, things stabilizing a little bit for the side of Nongshim. And kind of, the longer things go, the more things kind of slow down. I feel like the better they're going to fare in this one. That's not to say that they just categorically outscale or anything, as much as obviously Sivir Rise, great in the later stages. Zeri, Talia obviously also do fantastic there, but those item spikes that are looking to play towards will be pretty major, rather than opting into the point of the game they were now. Obviously, I think the major thing was the fact that Raptor had that Sundered Sky, and Nongshim just had no way of dealing with him, but things closing up a little bit now. Also, I think another thing that we don't have to talk about is when, like, one support has redemption and the other doesn't, it feels like impossible to win skirmishes.
Yeah.
It's actually just impossible.
You just have to wait. I mean,
it's just so... If you hit, like, 3 or 4 people with that, unplayable.
Yeah.
It's so strong.
Especially with the lead. I mean, you got the levels, you got the items, you got the redemption. It's just so much extra effective health. It's insane. Raptor going to be looking for this objective here. They already have the feats of strength, but might as well pick up what you can. Bottom turret is being pressured by Calyx, who is... I forget who did this, who basically just spent the entire game side laning as Rise and joined at the end.
I can't remember who it was, but I remember you talking about it.
I feel like it wasn't, because I think it was the first match of play-ins. Not 100% sure.
I remember it happening, but I can't remember who it was.
Yeah. Well, someone was having a very fun time just side laning on Rise.
And they were giga strong, but they joined and the game was just over by the time they joined. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times.
So Calyx, I mean, he's Rise, so he's going to do the same thing. But
was it Calyx? No, because...
It could have been.
Maybe it was.
Against Bro.
Maybe it was, actually.
Maybe.
Maybe it's the tech.
Like game 3.
Yeah. We do have the Eclipse on Ambessa, which is a pretty massive spike. Still don't think Clear is interested in tangoing with Kingen. in the 1v2, you know, against the Maiden as well.
Yeah.
With the shoulder pads, the black hole shoulder pads that skin has.
The what? Shoulder pads?
It's like a black hole, isn't it?
Oh, black hole. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Void Yorick, Void Maiden.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like that.
Do you remember when didn't Yorick just used to have like no skins, and now he's got quite a few? The Yorick Resurgence.
Yeah. I think Riot did a good job of that. You know, it's like which champions don't have.
There's like the kitty cat. There's like the is it like Arclight or something? Or it's like the golden colored one. What's it called? That's
I don't know.
Oh man.
I don't know.
You're no help here,
Yeah.
Brendan. No
Atlas
help
would
at
know.
all.
Atlas would know.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah. He's the guy who knows the skins on our team. So it is what it is. I feel like BNK, they're really trying to be proactive. They're trying to find angles to fight. Like, they've been moving around the map a lot, but...
That's like a consistent theme for BNK Rex, is them trying to find fights.
Yeah.
They are setting up for this dragon. Third of the game, and obviously even though Chemtech Soul not the highest prio, pretty good for their composition. Nongshim trying to contest the vision a bit here. Oh, in trouble.
Gideon just dying to Raptor here. This is just a 1v1 for now, and he might just have to back.
Yeah, he had no flag there.
This is awkward for Vikla. I think he is going to have to flash here. He flashes north as the ghouls come in. The flash, bonk on the head by the spade. As Yorick takes him down, Kingen makes it look easy. Hit the ghoulie wall, and it was over from there.
Yeah, not sure how he ended up in that situation. Obviously, the flash was a little poor, but I think he was trying to juke because he knew that Kingen had his flash too. Gideon just makes his way up there. He'll find a turret. And King get a lot of work done in this side lane. So obviously he was the Fed member in game one. Wasn't really able to find the value on the Galio in the team fight. Too many people on BNK are actually able to shred through him, but getting a lot of work done on this Yorick.
All right, all gonna come down. Not sure if he can actually get the kill, but he's gonna push him out of lane and maybe chip away at this turret. It's only Gio and Diablo. Now the Redemption coming in just to help.
Yeah, it's hard because it's a Sivir, so Gio just closes the wave. But we'll put the pressure down a decent amount. Laser comes through. It's the wave though.
Stopped us back, I think.
And it's pretty close in terms of gold. BNK Fear X obviously have those 3 dragons, but it's a delicate point to get up. Yeah, there's no real excuse for this.
I'll look for it. I got it.
Yeah, the lesson is don't just be recalling in vision.
It's a good lesson. It's one of the early ones you learn in League of Legends.
Yeah. I was like, how did this happen? How did you just get trapped in that situation? You know, normally the Talia is pretty good at kiting out the Yorick. That's how, if you're wondering. I was wondering. Now I know.
Now we know.
And now Flashless into a Jarvan and a Yorick. If you get caught in one of those cages, you're kind of just doomed. So Vikla are very sheepishly approaching the bot lane. You see Raptor trying to provide some coverage.
Yeah.
Does that mean they can kill the Maiden? No.
No.
No, not quite.
It helps if you have friends.
Yeah.
And he does. He's got a lot of help. Meanwhile, everybody's rotating out of the bottom lane, trying to go mid. I mean, they've already done a number here, and the Rift Herald is going to be used. So Nongshim a little bit behind the play. It does look like this turret will go down for pretty much no recourse and no trade on the map.
I mean, despite the gold being close. Oh, Vikla, don't. Okay, he's playing it safe. This is good. Just just play in a defensive manner. The 1-3-1 pressure from Nongshim is pretty solid. They're playing it out well. You know, Rise going up against Clear is just kind of keeping them pushed in. Obviously, Kingen is pretty hard for anyone to really match. But the thing is, right now, BNK Fear X have a 2,000 gold lead, but it's kind of offset by Kingen having that 900 gold lead. The point I'm trying to make is that like Nongshim don't really want to group up with Kingen at the moment.
Yeah.
And because the 5v5s I feel like right now are a bit of a struggle. They're happy with Kingen just doing this, but the fights are where it gets a little bit difficult.
Yeah. Maybe in game 3 they'll make a comp where he can carry.
Well, he is carrying. It's just he's
well, with the champ that he can actually carry with, he is going to flash. I mean, Yorick can do some crazy stuff in a side lane, but
yeah,
it's no Camille, it's no Jax, it's no Gwen. We've seen him have sick Gwen games. It's not even an Ambessa.
Vikla.
Vikla does have a lot of friends nearby, though, as TP is coming in. Redemption is there. Calyx a bit low. Lahen's also not quite part of the fight, as they're just going to keep them around with the tempered Fade.
Vikla took a lot of damage. Vikla, get away from the Arakan. It does damage to you. Bear in mind, that's his HP after he got healed by Redemption.
Yeah.
So, precarious position. A little bit danger close. Does manage to step away. Did get a TP from Kingin, but it was traded for clear. But I think if both be in TP, you feel better about it.
Yeah, as BNK for sure.
Yeah, as BNK. So, do you now see them in the vicinity and BNK for X?
They're just gonna gank Kingin.
Yeah, trying to. Actually, if they find King, this could be a good angle. The tower being up though makes it hard really to apply too much pressure.
Yeah.
It's such a delicate position because when Nongshim have that tower up, if you pressure Arakan too much or you try and look for a fight, you can't loop around more.
All right, gonna flag and drag straight onto Diablo, who really does not care about that. Says thank you for the free food. And now Gio and Lahens get away, but you're not feeling good about losing your jungler in this spot.
This is a thing, you don't have the lockdown for the Zeri. You try and kind of half-hearted commit. A big reason why you're strong right now is this Yorick, and you're just not really playing to his strengths by just trying to jump on the Zeri. I think Gideon just overstepping there. Now, BKFX will look for the Arakan. Kingin is strong, but it's an uphill battle.
Redemption used to not heal the team. Now they're going to go on in, and Lahens is in a lot of trouble. Down, he will go first. Kingin has to flash out of there as well. Calyx got a pretty nice angle on the bottom side. Does a nice chunk here to clear, but now they're just going to turn on the Calyx. Has to flash himself. Does BNK keep this leashed in a good spot? And with Jarvan not here, I think they can very safely just smite this one down. No hope of a steal here for Nongshim, and BNK play it excellently.
And considering Nongshim clawed back from a deficit, they were playing around the side lanes well, Kingin had so much pressure. So quick to throw things away. I'm not sure what the game plan was here. Who's following up on this? They just jump on Diablo. It's a Zeri with all sums. I don't understand the logic of this play. And BNK Fear X, they're always ready to fight. That's their MO. They are always ready to look for a fight. They are dying for you to engage on them, because if you don't, they'll engage on you. And now they're looking at Soul. They already have the Arakan buff. They're in a pretty good position. We'll see if Nongshim are going to be able to contest this one.
I don't know. Gideon just has to try to steal. He's going to go for the Mega Cone in, and they're going to stop damage here. And now the engage comes down from the side, and Zeri just has a free view of the damage on the top side of the fight. The smite will go to Gideon, but that is the only thing they get. They get the one Chemtic Drake, and that is it. Meanwhile, BNK take 3 kills and are feeling very good about this tempo they have. Calyx looks like he'll get away with some help from the wall. Although the knockup is coming in, and now Diablo's coming in as well. Gideon will get the kill onto Kellen as the Realm Warp gets him out. So at least there's that for Calyx.
Slick little escape there, but it's still just heavy blows for Nongshim. Sure, they denied the soul, but I don't think BNK Ferex are too bothered about that. More gold in their pockets on the back of this play. We see Raptor kind of gets left alone in a 2v1 against Gideon and Calyx, but it's because look at this monster engage found here by Kellen. The shove comes in, Kingin's deleted. They're just winning the fight so hard, and then Jiwoo, he's trying to escape from this from this Ambessa, who has like a million dashes and just follows you through the penguin portal. Not much you can do.
Yeah.
And then Gideon does find Kellen here, so
hey,
at least gets an answer back there.
539, not bad.
Honestly, I think the fact that they denied the dragon, the fact they got a couple of kills, it's like a 3 for 2. It could have been worse.
Keeps them in the game. Technically, I mean, they're not that far behind. Like, this is not uncomebackable. Let's say that. Although Lahens is going to die, so maybe I should stop the curse at the moment as Gideon is just being chunked away. The Zeri does whatever she wants in this game.
I think the bigger issue is where the gold is going. Do you see, if you look down at the scoreboard, there's a 3.4k gold.
Wait, but I saw this in game 1, Ox. Yeah. Wait, he can do this again?
Diablo just seems to be very good at acquiring the gold, and they're very good at utilizing the gold as well. Now they'll be picking up Baron. Gideon and Lahens both having died, and they won't even get that tier 2 tower. Kingin, your ghouls won't. Actually, no, he just will. Yeah,
he just will.
Okay.
It comes down.
You know, Kingin is playing his own minigame. His you know when you're playing tower defense games, he is who you're playing against. And he's doing his thing, he's having a good time. Not sure it's going to help them win the game, but he's doing his job. Everyone else, not so much. Lehens trying to set a vision around the Baron, gets caught out. And then just the absurd thing, this is kind of normal, but just look how much damage Diablo does to Gideon in this next bit. Like, this is a pretty bulky Jarvan. Look how quickly he dies. What is that? Like, no, I mean it. What is that,
what
actually?
is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
he
had 3 items in that play, I would imagine.
I mean, he's level 16 now. He's level 15 to level 13 Jarvan. Like, obviously, if you look at the numbers, it makes sense, but still, what is that?
Yeah, and you still don't have an answer.
You don't have an answer to the Zeri.
Outside of damage, but like, you don't have damage either, not yet.
Yeah, this super fed Zeri is a little bit problematic.
Yeah.
Oh, the ghouls?
All right, Diablo is...
Thanks for the gold.
He is taking, you know, unkillable very literally, I would say. Just kind of running through all the damage, not caring at all.
Yeah. And now they take this tier 2 tower, and there's nothing that Nongshim can do. Okay, okay. Well,
Yeah. Well, they're just going to go over the wall. Gideon is going to walk away. Ju says, whoa, no, I didn't want to be in this spot. I didn't want to be in this game.
Yeah, I think he's not going to be there much longer.
Yeah. Well, the Maiden's trying her best, but her best is not good enough. Not in this one. Invictus, like, it's his main job to get revenge on the Maiden, but the game is just kind of over as in they go. They're going to press their buttons all over Nongshim as Gideon's like, look, see, I have lockdown for the Zeri. No, you don't. No, you don't. BNK absolutely slaughtering them here in game number 2, and they are playing with their food. Oh, last Q.
They got her.
They did get her. As
Winnable?
BNK are like, well, maybe we should try to end the game, actually. We probably should try to end the game as they bait them out for a little bit more KDA and a little bit more tiltage, you could say.
I love
They're still trying.
Jiwa just comes back in. Oh, wait, he's...
All right, well... Hit the Nexus, guys. It's over. The game is done. GG. BNK destroying them. 0.
Okay, well, the ending got a little bit goofy, but a 2-0 advantage for BNK FairX, and there was a fair amount of predictors towards BNK FairX, particularly from the Korean side, but there was no 3-0s. And right now, with how these first 2 games have gone, it's looking like it really could be a 3-0 angle. I feel like they've had advantage in both drafts. The first one significantly so, and the second one there was obviously no answers to the Zeri, but this has just been a clear gameplay difference. This has just been outperforming. They've been better equipped when it comes to team fights, better equipped when it comes to setting up skirmishes. Kellen has been roaming around, setting up plays. Him and Raptor have been a phenomenal duo. Diablo has been establishing there's a reason he was Rookie of the Year, putting a statement performance down. Both games with a massive goal lead over Jiwoo and just pumping the numbers. Yeah, and honestly at this point, I just kind of feel bad for Kingen. He's trying.
Yeah. I mean, what more can you do? He's playing the Auric. I mean, there's only so much you can do. You can see the vibes are not very good over here on the side of Nongshim, but this is where you got to turn it around. This is where you have to begin your reverse sweep if it's going to happen.
Yep, they need 3 in a row now if they want to try and make it through at this point. Otherwise, they're going down to the lower bracket.
2-0. BNK will take a break and be back.
가이드 돼. 괜찮아 이겨. 아 싸워줘. 야 여기 들어오는 거 봐. 자라만. 요리. 나 더비 있어. 나 라이즈 볼게 라이즈.
더블 있죠.
라이즈 높을. 얘들아 빨리 좀 와.
라이즈 뿌리지.
라이즈 딜각만 빼봐 이거. 라이즈 쳐줄게. 야 타워 쳐봐. 타워 쳐야 돼? 타워 쳐볼래? 나 더비로 이거 해줄게 이거 바로. 더비 볼게. 라이즈. 문제 빠졌어.
라이즈 볼게.
라이즈 높을. 라이즈 봐줘. 라이즈 하면 끝난다.
맞아.
이런가. 아이고.
그러면서 오늘도 아티도 뭐 응원해주고 있고 오늘이 얼마나 중요한 날인지 사실 선수들의 표정만 보더라도 느껴지고 있잖아요. 경기 시작 안 할게요. 천천히 내려와요. 천천히 내려와. T1 최재.
아티님 혼자 가는?
전체적으로 안 나왔던 것도 있고.
네, 지금 캐리어 선수가 이 인터뷰의 주인공이긴 한데요. 여기 뒤로 보이는 아띠가 너무 귀엽습니다. 한마디 해주실까요? 오늘 좀 길조가 된 것 같아요.
고맙다. 고맙다.
지금 아띠가 엄청 열렬한 눈빛으로 사랑을 보내고 있어요.
고맙긴 한데 약간 안에 누가 있는지 봐가지고 좀 이래서 좀 곤란하네요. 안 봤어야 되는데 이게 참 고맙습니다. 감사합니다. 존댓말 할 수밖에 없네요. 팬 시어플에서 지면은 삼계탕이 될 수도 있다 이런 얘기가 있었는데
지원 팬분이 못하면 3개가 나. 아 정말.
뒤에서 엄청 응원을 열심히 한 친구가 있었어요. 누군지 아세요?
아티?
알고 계시네요.
네.
기운 많이 받으셨나요?
팬분들과 같이 열심히 응원해줘서 너무 고맙고 아티가 오늘 와가지고 직접 봤는데 굉장히 크더라고요. 또 그래서 큰 기운 많이 받아간 것 같습니다. 아티야 고마워.
캐리아가 반대편에 기다리고 있고요. 장로는요. 채웠습니다.
대회장 와서 제 그 얼굴을 보고 있으면 좀 많은 생각이 드는 것 같습니다. 좀 신기하게 생긴 것 같고요. 저런 때가 있었구나 그런 생각이 드는 것 같습니다.
짧은 머리 치고는 그래도 못 볼 정도 아닌 것 같아서 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 부제가 좀 쉽지 않아요. 부제가 사진 보니까는 좀 쉽지 않은데 쉽지 않아요. 한마디로 쉽지 않습니다.
짧은 머리는 제가 더 잘 어울리는 것 같습니다.
부제가 더 전투력이 강하니까 더 잘 어울리는 건 아닐까요? 그러면 전투력이 더 세 보입니다. 롤 잘해 보여요.
사진을 원래 1년에 2번 정도 찍어가지고 바꿨던 걸로 기억하는데 올해는 이제 그렇게 안 하더라고요. 당황스럽긴 한데 그래도 이제 한 해가 얼마 안 남았기 때문에 애매해지지 않았나.
바꿔주면 바꿔주는 거고 또 안 바꿔주면 안 바꿔주는데 그냥 딱히 신경 안 쓰고 살고 있습니다.
이 LCK 안에서 그런 머리 스타일의 사진을 하고 있는 게 2명밖에 없어가지고 항상 동질감이 있었는데 저밖에 안 남아서 좀 외로운 것 같습니다. 아마 이제 내년에는 다른 빡빡이 선수들이 아마 있을 것 같은데 좀 기대하고 있겠습니다. 저는 이제 사진 빨리 치워버리도록 하겠습니다.
펜타. 야, 펜타. 야, 이 개. 야, 펜타 가겠네, 진짜. 야, 내놔봐, 일단. 야, 어디가? 미니스키는 케어해.
뺏어줘.
응, 안 된다니까요.
다음에 또 기회가 오면 도와주겠지만 잘 먹도록.
사우드 가자! 달려줄 거다. 세리가 버스트. 오너. 예. 너무 세요, 그냥. 야, 펜타 가겠네, 진짜 이건.
아, 끊었어. 바텀에 라이즈.
야, 펜타. 가보자, 펜타.
도발으로 빠질게.
맛있네.
나 굶었어.
너무 그러지 마, 지훈아.
오늘은 확실히 챙겨주려는 스탠스였고 이 친구들이 되게 착해졌구나 생각을 많이 했습니다. 아까 인터뷰할 때 제가 좀 이런 식으로 이야기하니까 뭔가
때려보더라고요. 그래서 무서웠습니다.
아니 아무도 안 뺏었어요.
사실 이게 원래 맞게 된 롤인데 이제 그 전까지는 너무 좀 친구들이 펜타를 안 뺏었더니 팀원에 대한 고마움을 모르고 너무 당당한 모습 보기 좋습니다. 감사합니다.
앞으로 이제 그럼 펜타 욕심은 없으신 건가요?
아니죠. 이 기록을 유지하려고 이제 계속 욕심이 낼 것 같습니다. 다음에도 잘 부탁해 얘들아. 알겠지?
And a surprise to many prediction makers, except myself and Atlas, it is a 2-0 to start here for B&K FearX. They've come out firing on all cylinders, and Nongshim, they're still searching for answers. This one, they fell behind early on and couldn't really claw their way back in it. Starting with the draft.
Yeah, you don't want to be a game one, Andy, but I feel like right now we're kind of all feeling a shift, especially if B&K ends up closing it out in a very decisive 2-0.
I'm a good game 2 Tony. Okay.
Yeah!
And I'm looking at this draft here for Nongshim, and I'm thinking, how do you kill Zeri? Jarvan, she could get away from the Cataclysm. She's not going to get rooted by Ryze. That's never going to happen. And then you decided, aha, we'll pick Bard. That'll be the way to lock down. Bard doesn't even have setup or follow-up in this draft. Are you going to follow up with a Ghoulie Wall?
I also
got him. Better put that Ghoulie Wall.
Again, I wanna highlight something that B&K have been doing better than any other team. They are very aware of what type of team they are. We have Vikla on an enabling champion, right? We're not taking any risk with this. We have Raptor on a champion he can carry with, and we're just playing dive again. Some of the tools are changed, but the basic philosophy stays the same. And their comp plays exactly the same way, which is when I look at the Nongshim, I'm like, how does this comp actually work? Like, what are your win conditions? They are there, but they're much more nebulous. They're harder to execute. Nongshim, you're a Ryze team. I'm sorry, like, I know you were in the Legend group, but at this point, you gotta accept that, or B&K is just gonna stomp the series.
Yeah, you gotta keep it simple, and one way that B&K has been keeping it simple are the ganks. They found unique ways to get pressure on the bottom side of the map early on here, Cronny.
We have so consistently seen Raptor play for this bot side. B&K draft their bot lanes very often, more than any other team early, and even though they don't get a kill here, this bot lane is now cooked. Bard is going to be playing from behind, which means so much of his impact is mitigated. And I want to bring back what happened yesterday, where again, Aiming and Barrel were in the same position. And guess who shows up? The level 3 Neferi, just fully diverting the pathing. And this is what I think won them this game. This was the sole win condition for DK.
This is, to me, insane trust that this team has on Diablo and Kellen, because they know that they can follow up on these plays. They know that if you give resources to that bottom lane, he's going to pop off later. Like, if you can get this Zeri online, you can get him an advantage in the 2v2, he's going to be self-sufficient in the mid lane when he does go farm there, and you're going to be able to play these front-to-back team fights. You can play hard engage, you can play those types of drafts too, but in compositions like this, where you have the Zeri, you know they don't have great lockdown, just get her a little bit ahead, and the game becomes so free.
Yeah, Raptor, again, giving up one camp, that tempo there that could potentially make him fall behind to make sure that the gank works out on the bottom side of the map. Diablo then gets rolling there, and B&K FearX, they were rolling as then showing what I think is very important for play-ins in this play-ins tournament, discipline. Otacon was there, they wanted to start it, but they just danced, and then Nongshim engaged so awkwardly here.
I mean, I just don't think without any follow-up there, Gideon should have been going in. Now he's not here, and then instead of just trying to say, the enemy jungler is down, we'll hold the Otacon, they know they have more opportunities to continue to fight, because guess what? There's no way to lock down the Zeri, and it's just Diablo sitting at full health, and they can play that. It's like a choose-your-own adventure game. You can now try to burn the Otacon and say, come at me, you can look for another engage, and then this gives them a huge advantage going to Dragon.
I also want to, again, repeat something we kind of were floating around yesterday. I think Kellen and Raptor are the best jungle and support duo, and by such a large margin, and I think that's what makes so many of these team fights as one-sided as they are. Because I think that we see that Lahens and Gideon, much like yesterday, Lucid and Barrel, are not on the same page. But I have counted like 6 engages where Raptor goes in within a second. Callan's there to back him up or the other way around. And it makes these fights so insanely consistent for BNK.
The drafting has been an issue for Nongshim, but I think the way they're playing, and it seems like there's a bit of a confidence issue, whether it's too much confidence in game 1 and in game 2, like lack of confidence or disjointedness. You could tell that they're clearly the overdogs, right? Like they have, going into the series, the expectation they should win. BNK are the underdogs. They're just playing like they did yesterday, playing incredibly well around Raptor. Raptor is looking like maybe the best jungler in play-ins. And Nongshim, I think, losing all that momentum in game 1, having a rougher game 2, starts to feel like I want to predict that this is going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, and we were talking about it in the back before we came on, just about Gideon, who was kind of running it really well, the positive kind of running, during LCK Cup early on in the season. And then as things have gone on, he's been a little bit quieter. And then here, just like we're counting all the positive plays that were happening synergetically with Raptor, the Nocturne ult into the mid lane dies in game 1. That last engage there with Jarvan over the wall in front of Otacon dies. It is kind of tough because we can't really diagnose from the outside, is this a team thing? Is this a Gideon thing? But he's got to figure that out, because on the opposite side, they're firing on all cylinders and looking like a 3-0 team and a bookend for playoffs.
Is it like time to pull out the Shen? Because it better not be time to pull out the Elise.
Yeah.
You better believe it, I'm gonna maul so hard if I see Elise coming out in this third draft. Unless they pick Poppy or something like that. We've got to see maybe a Vi composition, something incredibly simple here to get Nongshim back on the horse.
Yeah, we might be if BNK actually closes out 3-0, I think it also really changes how we look at Bro, how we look at DK, because the expectation was that BNK was going to be middle of the pack at best. If they make it out as first playoff seed out of play-ins, 3-0ing Nongshim, who was in the Legend group, that'd be insane.
Well, Nongshim have no more losses to give if they want to try and qualify right now. Let's see if they're able to do it in game number 3.
Thank you so much, guys, as we are getting ready for game number 3.
You know what my favorite part of that space segment was?
Yeah?
When Wolf broke it down into overdogs and underdogs. It's so clear when it's just broken down to those terms. Really, I think that was the key moment for me.
Above dogs and below dogs. Just all sorts of...
And there was a clip with Nefarian?
Yeah, there was. They did put that in. And the BNK Predators are feasting tonight. The question is, how well? Because would you rather, if you predicted BNK here, have it be a 3-0 and be like, I knew they were going to win? Or do you want your pred to be exactly right? You want it to be like, yeah, I knew Nongshim would take a game.
You know, this is going to be maybe a controversial take, given that Chronicler is on the desk today. But I actually don't care that much about the pred being right. I'm more interested in the cool impact, the storylines, you know. I'm like, wow, wasn't this crazy that like this Rise group team had a decisive victory against this Legend group team, and Diablo popped off, Kellen popped off, Raptor popped off? Wouldn't that be really cool? And then Chronicle will be like, no, I want my prediction to be right.
Well, it's too late for that, and for me, and for Wolf, and for G-Sun.
Well, that's good, because then he'll stop being upset about his prediction.
And also, looks like Cloud Templar. All going for 3-1 Nongshim. Just a bunch of sad.
3-1 Andes?
Yeah.
Yeah, classic.
Andes.
Classic. Okay, so we are getting into the draft, and Nongshim, I mean, this is the thing. They had side selection game 1. If they do get the reverse sweep, this is the last game with side selection, so pressure is on. I feel like they've, despite having side selection for the first 2 games, haven't done themselves any favors in draft. Once again, we're getting the PA coming out from BNK FairX with the Pantheon as here. They did go pat both games, but now the Trundle is banned by Nongshim.
Denied. They denied the pat.
Yep.
Nicholas very unhappy about this.
What else begins with T, quickly? Timo? Yone.
Tone.
That's pay. That's pay. We like pay.
So
but the
Nico's just free.
Slammed, so giving a good engaged support to Lahens. And especially because if you look, the fact that Rakan's gone, Alistair's gone, Rel's gone, a lot of those higher priority engaged supports are gone. Having the Nico in this situation feels really good. On the other side, Claire looking at the Aurora,
He wants revenge.
It could be flexed. It could be mid, could be top lane. But it does mean that if something like the Gwen was going to come out from Kingen, would be put under a lot of pressure. Obviously, Gwen did get nerfed on this patch, but a lot of it was the base armor. But still, we'll kind of have a rough time into the Aurora if we do see this go on top lane.
Yeah, can keep it open for now. Looking for a jungler or...
Okay, going for Prior 80 cast. I was thinking Vi's open and available, so maybe they go towards that, but opting not to and looking towards a Lucian. For the bot lane, if you want to get the Lucian Braum, obviously you need to take that Braum on 3, but there's no necessary need to do that, so can keep the options open potentially. And we often see Leona picked into Neeko, because obviously when you Zenith Blade, you know, one of the things you often do with Neeko is you use the clone to block, like engage supports like a Nautilus.
Yeah.
But you can't really do that against Zenith Blade. But obviously, Lucian Braum has been the go-to when we've had Lucian. The Vi will be picked up by Nongshim, obviously out of the top higher prio junglers. She is there left open and available. Considering the options potentially for mid.
The kind of, yeah, it feels like Ahri Vi.
So a combo we've seen a little bit of. Ahri was struggling a decent amount, obviously very momentum based and a lot of engaged threats on this composition. I feel like if you have been struggling in terms of like that game 2 comp didn't have clear answers, this is a very straightforward comp where you have the engaged threats, you have the dive potential. I do think Braum is pretty fantastic. You were already leaning towards it with a Lucian Braum, but Braum does a pretty good job of blocking. Like if you get in front of your AD carry, you can block Ahri charms, you can block the root from the Neeko and have a lot of value there. BNK4X start banning away some of the range top laners, maybe that they wouldn't want to match the Aurora with the Jace being taken away.
Jace gone. Other top selections. Looking amongst them, Poppy, definitely pretty high prio in terms of picks over the course of this LCK. What else are we taking away from the top lane?
I feel like it's just so unfun to play into Aurora in general. But maybe just end up picking a tank into her and just kind of weathering the storm. Yeah.
Could also try to take away Kai'Sa to go along with this composition, but they're not going to. They're just going to take the Jax down.
I mean, Kai'Sa fits pretty well with what they have and the whole dive theme. Obviously, Kai'Sa and Neeko very strong, so it feels like they'll probably lean towards that. I'm thinking what else they could play to pair. In theory, they could go Jhin, but Jhin feels pretty uncomfortable into Braum because obviously you can block your shots, block your fourth shot. Maokai ban comes through, so banning some of the tankier junglers. The pool's been pretty thinned in terms of jungle, so interested in what BNK4X want to play. And actually, they pick the... So, this is interesting. They pick the Gwen, they reveal the Aurora Flex, and I'm not a huge fan of this because you kind of give away this Aurora Flex, and you can see Kingen's very happy about this. Unless... No, it's not. Yeah. My question is, if you were going to go the Neferi, you could have just gone Neferi on 4, kept the Aurora Flex open, and then just taken Gwen on 5. And the thing is, you may think, well, maybe they didn't want Gwen to be picked away, but it's like you have Aurora. They're not going to pick Gwen into Aurora unless Kingen really wanted to lose lane super hard. So I think a bit of a fumble towards the end from BNK4X, giving away the Flex, giving a lane advantage to Kingen. I do think the Neferi was kind of telegraphed a little bit because it's what he played, it's what Raptor played the Neferi into last time into the Vi, because obviously you can have the untargetability. It's a lot of targets that the Vi struggles to kind of lock down. The Lucian is obviously the best target, but you have the Braum to play disruption and stop the follow-up. Everyone else is a little bit difficult to chase. But I think Nongshim probably feeling better about this draft than any other draft they've had before in this series.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, game 1 was pretty one-sided. Game 2 was, you know, certainly towards the side of BNK, but it was a bit more even. This one feels like maybe the most even we've had so far. As the pride of Busan, BNK4X.
Honestly, I think they're feeling pretty good. And this is a matchup where Kingen can really take over. They got a strong mid-jungle combo. They have great engage. The bot duo is good. They just have to really be careful about like an early Raptor gank, putting this bot lane ahead of the Lucian Braum.
Yes, and we have seen that before. We'll see if we see it here on the Rift for Game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, here we go. Game number 3 of the upper bracket. And Nongshim on their last legs. Not enjoying themselves very much in this series so far, as the power of the Rise group is rising here. 2-0. And BNK very comfy, can play from the blue side twice if they need to. Although that hasn't done many favors for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and it was, so Gwen, the nerfs on this patch, lost 3 base armor, and the early slow on the ult, like before level 16, is lower. So I think that just means like the ability to find kills on Mini-Gnar is lower, and also just you're just gonna get more harassed, generally in lane. Based on how Kingan's been playing so far, I fully expect to see Kingan really bullying Claire out in this lane matchup. So
yeah.
That's going to be a spot where they have an advantage. The bot lane as well. Kai'Sa typically a weaker laner, but this is why Kai'Sa Nico is such a strong lane, because you add in the Nico, and suddenly you have that ranged harass combination, which feels really good. Obviously, into Lucian Braum, if you do eat a lot of... If you eat a Winter's Bite into like the stun combo, you can take a lot of damage, and Lehens is eating a lot of poke already. So you need to be a little bit careful. But I do feel like this should be a good lane matchup for Ju and Lehens. We do have the names double overlaid a little bit on the left.
We'll see how that goes. The heal for a bit of harass, I suppose. Kellen does respond with his own, so that's just fine. Nice electrocute follow-up here from Vikla. Calyx yet to win a game here on the Ahri. Obviously, that was stats from Legend Group in not having a fun time on that one, but hopefully can show a better performance here.
Oh, look who it is.
Wait, the level 3 gank. Here we go once again. As we're looking for the stun, there it goes. Gio in a ton of trouble. There's just nowhere for him to go. It's a free kill for Raptor. As the guns come out here for Kellen and for Diablo.
And that's such a huge blow to the side of Nongshim. Jiwoo went barrier, didn't go cleanse, had no way to get out of the stun. Even if he had cleanse, I think he's just dead. Raptor and Diablo still having flashes. The setup was great, and they knew where the ward was. You saw how he didn't move out into the ward in the river until Callan had already committed. The setup was fantastic. And it's one of those things where the ward almost worked against them because it gives them the false sense of security. They clearly, to some extent, expected this gank to come.
Okay, well,
guys,
Game 2 was bad. I hope that Game 3 is not worse. That's all I want to say. I want to see some League of Legends.
Like, the thing with the gank is you can praise BNK FairX for setting up and for how they played around it. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, Gideon. Space checking straight into clear. He does have his flash, but he might be in some trouble here without it. He's not going to have forced to burn it. So at least there is that, but he's also not getting his blue buff.
Yeah, Nongshim just need to, just for 2 seconds, not lose the game. Oh, Clear could be in trouble.
He's got his flash, and BNK actually looking to fight this one, maybe. And at least get pushed out of the jungle of Nongshim.
Okay, well, this has been a pretty horrific start for Nongshim in this game. Well, and this series. The bot lane in a really bad spot, and right now there's a pickaxe on Diablo. So this was that face gank. So notice Raptor, they know where the ward is, it's been pinged. Doesn't move out until Kellen's already gone in. No cleanse on Jiwoo. W's in to secure the passive. Just really well played. And then here, there is no way. That is inexcusable.
Diablo. Oh no. And now we got another fight over the top lane. Diablo just gonna glide away. He's totally fine. And now we got the stun here on a Lehens in just one more auto. And guess who's back? Back again. It's Raptor. He's in the top lane. And he's here for the counter gank. It's 3-0, 1.2k gold lead for BNK.
I mean, bot lane's just over. It is just, it's It looks like it might be getting worse. It might be getting worse.
Oh man, this is getting rough. This is actually getting rough.
Do you need permission to leave?
Kingen says, yeah, I'll see you later. Gio actually does get the kill.
Okay.
And now we got Lahens coming up, a little trade back. Raptor flashing in, trying to get the kill on a Jiwoo. When instead he gets the level up.
And just like that, we're back! We're so back. We've never been more back. Perfectly planned. You can see from minute one, Nongshim knew this is how the game would go. And
Absolutely.
They were so ready for the triple kill on Jiwoo. Oh my god.
It was very over, and then we were so back so quickly.
Yeah, there's never been more back. So I think this is the point where when a team are 2-0 up in a series and they're ahead in game 3, they start to see the finish line. And they start to do a little bit of take their hands to the wheel, do a little bit of celebrating, and this was just a bridge too far. Jiwoo surviving to get all 3 kills here, and now Jiwoo is firmly back in the game. This is a pretty big resurgence in a game that seemed very doomed. So, yeah. All things considered, this is... And the thing is, Raptor's super far behind in farm. He's still up in gold compared to Gideon because he has 3 kills. But he's so far behind in farm because he hasn't been farming. He's been killing this whole time.
Yeah. Culling comes down. Jiwoo not enjoying his time now. Gideon is here. He's level 6. He's got flash, there it is. Diablo in a lot of trouble. The root comes down and there's no hope for Kellen to save him. Raptor's like, oh, I just wanted to join the fight again.
Raptor's 2 levels down. Oh my god, this is...
What is this game?
So Raptor, he's got half the farm of Gideon. He spent all this time ganking, and then they just fumble that dive, and it all just goes in the bin, because Gideon was just like, guys, I'm just gonna farm. When I'm level 6, I'll help. And you know what? He hit level 6, and it helped a lot. And now Jiwoo has an Naya. Okay, it is... You know what? Just resilience, right? It seemed... This is what Nongshim developed when they were in the Legend group. Because you might think that this series looked rough, right? Nongshim losing the first 2 games, being on the receiving end of a very rough early game. Nongshim lost a lot of games in the Legend group, right? They built up a resistance to losing games, an endurance. They've been through this for weeks, and they managed to bounce back here. Jiwoo surviving, and then Raptor was like behind the tower. Yeah.
He thought they were diving again. The last one went so well. He's like, oh, I just want to try again.
And he saw the level 6 buy and went, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're fighting again. This is not surprising. Oh, that one's gonna leash. That's a little bit unfortunate. And now Gideon's a little bit tentative, actually. He's like, oh, I'm not so sure. Backs off a little bit. Now Raptor, he gets Spirit Rushed on. Calyx doesn't have a whole lot of mana.
Calyx can just ult over the wall and kill him.
But yeah, he should have enough to get the kill, and that's just gonna be the kill on a Raptor who desperately wanted to fight for the grubs. As you do. Take it away, Ox.
Yes. Well, as you see, B&K FairX have found themselves in a bit of a disadvantage. As we see Gideon punching the wall a little bit there. You know, I think B&K FairX just, they didn't plan for this point. They were like, look guys, we win the early game, we do the ganks, we win the game, it's that easy. And they didn't expect for things to backfire.
Diablo,
oh my God.
He has to flash! He has to flash!
Wow. Gideon is like there. He has ult.
Yeah. Kellen, at the very least, will die.
Yeah.
If not, Diablo as well. So, just waiting for Gideon, and he'll eventually press his R button.
Does he even need to?
Just waiting for the wall to go down, and yeah, he doesn't need to. And they even get the kill over to Jiwoo! Could not be better. Vikla is going to drop his ult here, tries to burst down Jiwoo. Instead, he's going to get knocked up and killed. Double kill now for Jiwoo, has 5 kills. So now we got an ult down in bottom side. Looks like Kingen will be the trade.
Okay. B&K FairX, they're doing something at least, but
so back.
I love how Kingen has been like the strong point of Nongshim for this series. and he's 0-2-1 in this game, and everyone else is like giga fed now. Wow, this is, yeah, Nongshim really coming alive in this one. They are, I mean, credit to them. This is the biggest lead we've had in this series so far, and you wouldn't have believed it with how this game has started.
Yeah. Game 1 was like 3.2K, so yeah, we have crested above that.
Maybe you can be a little bit too aggressive at times. Maybe that's the lesson we're learning here. I don't think it's a lesson that BNK4X will learn, because I think what we've learned about BNK4X is that you should always be aggressive. But yeah, this was pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Wait for him to bin his cooldowns, do a bit of punching. And then Vikla comes in. Honestly, I'm not sure if Jiwoo really needed to bin all his cooldowns, because I think the barrier would have been enough. You got hit by everything anyway. He just didn't have the damage to kill you.
Yeah.
Kingen, you're just dead. Thanks for trying.
No Fury.
Well,
that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, this is
Fury.
It's an interesting one. I mean, we did say Nongshim obviously a lot of tools in the composition, but now that they're in a significant lead, Jiwoo's so strong. He's approaching 2 items.
So BNK are down 3,500 gold, and they're just taking the dragon away.
Yeah.
Feels like Nongshim could have fought for this if they wanted to.
I mean, they didn't have Vial, didn't have Lahenzel. They weren't set up in the area. Maybe showing a bit of restraint.
Wow. Imagine that.
Yeah, I guess because in this series, BNK4X have been the ones ahead. We're not used to the restraint.
Yeah.
As they are very much a push the limit sort of team. But Nongshim playing a bit more reserved. Clear fishing for something on the angle here.
Well, he is actually going to have a little bit of help from his friends there. Gideon goes over the wall, has to flash away. Stun comes in. The Braum engaged, and Clear is right there, looking for the kill. And the shutdown down goes to Diablo here. We got the knock-up, and now the fight may be going the way of Nongshim, but Diablo nowhere for him to go. He's kind of frontlining. Kingen is dead, as Vikla just dies off to the side somewhere by himself to Calyx. But BNK somehow winning fights. Not exactly winning, but keeping them close. Raptor gonna go over the wall. A close fight at the end of the day.
I honestly wonder how many games at the pro level have been thrown in this general area of like the red side jungle, particularly like top side of the map. I feel like so many games, specifically here, right here, have been thrown here. Because Gideon, you did not need to do this. You absolutely did not need to do this. Q's in, flashes out, gets put low. He's like, you know what? I'll ult Diablo. It's very funny that he gets knocked up by the dead Vi. But yeah, just, again, this comp is very much around momentum. Jiwoo doesn't really get a chance to do much. Calyx does get a reset, but only one. And BNK4X showing they're still in this one. And Nongshim, for a team we were praising for their restraint, that was not a very restrained Q over the wall from Gideon. So maybe take a breath, chill out a little bit. They have strong engage tools. Maybe utilize them together, particularly on a Diablo.
Yeah. It's definitely a lot in this game of both teams saying, we're very far ahead, we can kind of do whatever we want. At that time, it was Nongshim's turn.
Yes.
So maybe they learn a little bit from it. BNK didn't learn from it. As we know, the culling actually is gigantic here on a 2. There's nowhere for him to go. He doesn't even flash. He just accepts his fate. He says, I'm dead.
Let's move on.
It's not paying attention. I don't know.
Let's move on. There's a fight happening. Right. Let's move on to this.
Let's move on. Okay, Lahens, he doesn't have flash. He's not able to save that for next time. And he's going to go down. BNK are winning from so far behind that now it's kind of an even game.
It was a huge shutdown Diablo got from that kill.
Yeah. Claire says, well, I've got friends. And BNK, they always stick together. Through thick and thin.
They're always down a fight.
Through
right?
int and win, they're always together.
They always have each other's backs. Right? That is something we've seen. They're family.
Yeah.
They're committed no matter what. Oh. He got it! He got the big one! Oh. You know, it's things like that. They don't mean much, but it's a tilter.
I'll fight.
You know, it's...
뭐야 이거 어떻게 된 일이야?
How did that happen? That's what Lehen said.
Yeah, that's...
Maybe that's after he dies here.
No, I don't think it was.
I mean, he took his hands off the keyboard, so...
Yeah, I kind of feel similarly to how Lehen's felt. How did that happen? Very fair Jiwoo, giving over big shutdown to Diablo. Had a huge lead, now only 700 gold up. They are looking to put down the Herald in the mid lane.
All right. They're going to get the mid outer. You know, Nongshim are still very much in the lead. They do have 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, but there is
a shaky lead.
See, here's the thing. You're talking about the lead in terms of gold.
Not in terms of tempo vibes?
Yes, there's more at play.
Oh, no.
There's more at play.
I just didn't peek behind the curtain.
If there was ever a play where you saw all the tempo vibes get sapped, it was that solo kill.
Which one?
From Diablo.
Solo kill?
The one where Diablo killed Jiwoo.
What about the play in the jungle? What about when Lehen's died?
That was a support dying. That happens all the time. Look at this. They have 7 deaths between them.
True.
That happens all the... That's not a big deal. But you're fed...
Engage cone?
You're fed Kai'Sa getting 1v1 by the enemy to carry.
All together? 4v1?
Oh, Calyx.
He's going to try TP. He's going to try TP. There's nowhere for him to go, though. It's not... You can't do that against a Braum.
It was a decent... What else can you do? I think it was a decent attempt, but...
Just accept your fate, I guess.
Yeah.
In hindsight, sure, but... Maybe he thought he could get away. That's TP now down for Calyx. And it's another Drake going into the pockets of BNK. The tempo vibes are, it's like 100 to 0 right now.
Whoa, 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 whoa. 93 to 7.
Oh, okay, sorry. I had a misread. I mean, you say that, but at the same time, gonna hit him in mid-stride. Gideon is just dead. Nowhere for him to go. You see that Clear is moving on to the next target with the rest of his friends. Lehen's is in a bit of trouble. He is just barely gonna get away. It is at least another Chemtech soul.
You know, I have long been a critic of the engaged Braum. Kellen's kind of selling me on it. Like, that was kind of crazy. This is the play where Calyx tried to TP. And, you know, I think it was just a good read from Kellen, going for the redemption for the vision as well. But here, look, he flashes in, gets the Q on a Gideon. He's leading the charge. So, Kellen making the big plays. Credit to him. But yeah, I think things are not looking too hot for Nongshim right now. Despite, again, they still have the gold lead. They are still ahead in gold. It
still
feels like
winning.
The flow of the game is not in their favor. We have a word for that here.
Yes.
Do you want to say it?
Tempo vibes.
There you go.
I did it. I said the word.
You happy about it?
Yeah. I get an award, right?
Yes.
I said the thing.
Yeah. And Diablo, he's like a full level up on Jiwoo now. And actually, up in terms... I mean, I assume, like, we don't know how much gold's in inventory, but he's got, like, Essence Reaver, Navori, BF Sword. He's feeling great. 300 gold is the only difference between these 80 carries. It was like 2,000 at one point, nearly.
Definitely was. Well, we got an Afiri in a interesting spot. Did a ton of damage to Gideon, actually. It's now Calyx. He's going to have to Spirit Rush away. Callan here saving Jiwoo, trying to step up to Diablo. I don't think that's going to work. Remember what happened last time?
Remember?
Please keep that in mind.
How can I forget?
Well, we remember.
Yeah, we remember. Lehens remembers.
Lehens does remember, yes.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Nongshim still have a lot of engage tools in the composition. The problem is, Diablo still has both sums, and again, a lot of that composition relies on that momentum in the fights, getting the RE resets, getting the big engage. If Diablo has sums, he's a lot harder to deal with. And it feels like it's been a while since Nongshim have really found like a convincing engage with their composition. When is the last time we saw Jiwoo ulting in on the back like a Vi ult and then like picking off a target? And I will say a lot of the targets on BNK4X are harder to pick. It has to really be this Lucian.
Yeah.
He's the one you're looking for. I mean, Vikula's not bad, but he's a little bit tricky to catch initially. But it looks like BNK4X will just lean into this mid tower and be able to pick it up. So good pick up from them.
Yeah, and top tower low as well. TP's coming in, the whole team rotating.
They lean over and get this. Really makes it a lot easier for them to lean towards the Arakan, which is on the top side. Looks like Kingham will do a decent job with the Mega Gnar defending for now, though.
It's the Nongshim coaches, you got to be really scratching your heads at what has happened. Look at Clear. He is behind enemy lines, by the way, on the left.
Okay, Arakan has spawned. And they're just kind of ready to fight. That is what you can definitely say. Bot lane, irrelevant.
Well, they got to find each other. Clear says hello. Gideon rudely ignores him.
Like, BNK committed their TPs into this. They want to play for this objective. They don't really care about the waves that are just colliding with each other. I feel like Nongshim could send Calyx bot lane. And... Whoa!
Okay, he's just ulting in. He knows he's got his team behind him. Look at the damage into Gideon already. He's just kind of out of the fight. He can't engage like that. Lehen's is dead. And now Clear, maybe he went a little bit too far forward, but he's got the Braum there. Kellen, G ults in. He still can't get the kill. Finally does at the very end, but he's just kind of playing with his food at this time. He's not getting a lot of damage done. Raptor goes in, goes out. Vikla's here. And Gio is just alone. He doesn't have any sums. He's going to go down. And BNK, it doesn't matter what the gold says. It doesn't matter about the numbers. They're playing as a team.
Only matters what the tempo vibes say, and there was a definitely in BNK FairX's favor. No?
The Otacon, maybe?
No, they want kills, Brendan. You see?
Yes.
The spawns are coming up pretty quick, actually. Oh. Goes up in the air.
Yeah, I don't think Calyx is getting out of this one. Especially with the Braum there. It's just not going to happen. It's just another kill into the pockets of Diablo, who's definitely got enough gold for that Infinity Edge now.
Such a late kill. They don't risk going for the Arakan, because obviously they're a little low and spawns are starting to come in. But this is just BNK FairX in a nutshell. If you ever want a clip that personifies them more, they see the fight opportunity, they just go for it. Like, Nongshim are grouped up. BNK FairX don't care. They're just grouped up more in their minds. So they go forwards. They don't give a chance for Lehens to ult. Kellen steps in here, and you have to imagine Jiu is maybe regretting the fact that he doesn't have cleanse here. Because despite Raptor being low, he jumps in. This stun feels like it lasts a lifetime.
Yeah.
And then Vikla moves up. The Braum once again gets the shield up in his face. And the Kai'Sa just not really able to... This Kai'Sa that was so fed earlier in the game, not able to do much. Dragon picked up by BNK FairX, that's the third. They don't risk the Arakan. Still have an opportunity to take it later.
Feats of Strength?
That was very late.
I think it just happened, yeah. And that also into BNK. Still behind on gold, but it's getting old for me to say that because it doesn't matter. Like, that has not been a factor in this game at all.
Yeah, and that's 3 items for Diablo now. With that Infinity Edge coming through, he is so strong.
Gage coning here onto Meganar. Meanwhile, Nongshim just going to start up the objective.
Yeah, Raptor's so far away from this, and they don't really have vision in the area. BNK FairX are taking a safe route as they're kind of scared of face checking. They do have vision of it now. The Redemption going to give them some more. I think it's just gone, though.
Yeah. A little bit too little too late. BNK, it's not going to stop them from trying to get a fight going, though. You see that they're running in the general direction of Nongshim, but they're not going to get one.
So a pretty big misplay, I feel like, from BNK FairX. Raptor heavily leaning towards the bot side, kind of for no reason with the Arakan being up, and then a big slip up in terms of control, in terms of vision there, gives Nongshim a window back in. And as we said before, I mean, gold's pretty even now, but they have the Arakan in pocket with a decent amount of petals, some extra XP, some extra stats. The game feels very even right now. Third item coming in for Jiwoo, and at this point it comes down to execution in these fights, and that's really where BNK FairX have had the edge pretty consistently, but it's still very winnable for Nongshim. It's just they need to find the form. Not even the form they had in the Legend Group, the form that we saw from them earlier in the year. Remember, this is in the LCK Cup, Nongshim took Genji to 5 games. And you really just wonder where that team is now, because if they played like that, certainly they could win the game for this position.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has happened since then. You remember Jiu and Lehens got sent down to Challengers. They had to spend some time down there. Actually, it was Jiu and then Lehens followed him, so I guess I should technically clarify that. But you know, like, there's a reason why that's happening. The team and the players have not exactly been playing the same, and the coaches have been frustrated and have made decisions that have echoed those sentiments. So, has been rough. They've spent a lot of time as Lehens.
I like how he fakes it, like
fake attacks. Yeah. Oh, I got aggroed. Yeah. I mean, there's pings on him already.
Yeah, they can count the minions.
That too. Yeah, that helps.
Yeah. How many minions in a wave? How many melee minions? There's an extra one there.
So Otacon did get taken by Nongshim, but as you mentioned before, it's a really even game. I do hope that Nongshim kind of like settle down and they say, really the only way they win fights is as a team, they're the ones being proactive. They get Meganar and they get the Kai'Sa in the backline on the right target.
Just engage. Like
otherwise, you don't win.
Their comp isn't that complex. They have a Nico, they have a Vi, they have Ari and Kai'Sa. Just engage on someone, and it's pretty straightforward. But I can't remember, when is the last time this game we saw them do like a really solid engage with this comp?
They haven't.
Yeah, and it's just like, even that point when they were playing aggressively, and then BNK4X challenged them, and they started running backwards, and Lahens died without ulting. And I feel like if you flip the comps, BNK4X would have engaged like 17 times by now. And sure, some of them would have gone horribly.
It might have gone wrong.
It would have gone wrong. But like, I just feel like Nongshim, you know, this timidness is not doing them any favors.
Yeah.
You know, you just need to go in with confidence. And even if the target isn't the best target, this
They're
might
going in. They're going in with confidence. Maybe not. Now the engage comes in from the side of BNK. Now they're going to use that ult on the Lucian, but it's too late. It's too little. It's not going to help. Diablo dashing in. Gio nearly going to take his head off, but Clear and Vikla are right there to try to take him down. Some really nice sidestepping from the side of Gio, who's going to keep this fight alive for Nongshim. As now they're pushing mid.
And there you go. Was it clean? No. Was it flawless? No, but it worked. It got them the fight win, and you burn flash from every single member of BNK4X. So next time, it's going to be a little bit easier. Finally, Nongshim pulled the trigger. And even though, again, it wasn't flawless, they find a form of engage. They see Raptor, not the easiest target. He has flash, he has his target ability, but they start the fight. Lahens doesn't manage to connect with him, but then BNK4X, they commit to the fight. Gideon gets the ult on Diablo, and Jiwoo plays this one pretty well. He waits out the exhaust, waits out some of the tools from them, ults in, flashes over the wall, kills Kellen. When Clear comes from, he repositions with his supercharge, manages to take out another target, and Kingen just cleans up on the side. You'll be able to see it from his point of view. There's a great flash here.
Yeah.
And the supercharge, they thought he'd gone up towards his Nico there.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, we know Jiwoo is a very good player. It's a form issue, and I'm glad we got to see a little glimpse of it here in that one-team fight.
And now, no flashes on BNK4X. It's only Kingen who has his flash, so this should be a little bit easier finding those targets. If you ult Diablo as a Vi, he's going to be kind of stuck, other than that relentless pursuit, so...
The timing of this Meganar is very unfortunate. Kingen also getting isolated. He's got the flash, but he might be forced to use it. He's just going to hop away, and now Gideon isolated here. Taking a bit of damage. Lahen's going to go for the engage now, and there's no flash on Diablo. They find the one guy that they needed. And now BNK, they got to run away. They've been engaging all game, but you're not going to engage from here, as the Drake will go over to Nongshim.
There you go! Nongshim finding the confidence, punishing BNK4X, using the composition, catching Diablo out without the flash. Now, he was trying to punish Kingen. The Kingen, he still had his summoner. He was able to disengage. And I'm not sure it's enough for them to start up the Baron, but they can maybe threaten it, see if they can get another pick off the back of it. At least choke off the vision.
Yeah, they're definitely considering it. And there we go. Gonna start it up.
Diablo is up, though, soon, but he's not going to be there in time, actually. He's going so quick with that Kai'Sa damage.
It's really just going to come down to, do they get the steal? The Blast Cone actually affecting Kingen negatively. We can get an Fury in the pin here. Now Gideon is so incredibly low. It's going to come down to it. Yes, it goes to Raptor. Raptor smites the objective. And the fight afterwards is looking pretty decent here for BNK. Vikla hopping in, zoning away the rest of the team. And Kingen is isolated. That's so much gold into the pockets of BNK. And the lead is given over to them.
It's a step too far from Nongshim there. They go for the play, but they can't stop Raptor from getting into the pit. The Blast Cone, the Mega Cone, bites them in the butt there. This was a good play from Nongshim. You know, they go for Kingen, but he has just enough Meganar to slam them in the wall. He goes in the mini so he can run away on the back end. And then here, Lahens finds a great angle on the Diablo, who doesn't have that flash available. And the rest of the team move in to back up, and even though they're low, so is Kellen, they're able to scare the Dragon. But here, the health bars are low. The Mega Cone knocked Kingen away. He was supposed to play Bouncer to block Raptor. Gideon gets low, and he kind of feels forced to smite early as a result before he was going to die, and then unfortunately just results in a steal coming through.
And it's a big one. As the Nongshim fans, they can't look. They say, why?
Yeah.
Why is this happening?
And now BNK FairX for a gold lead for the first time in this game, I think. At least a significant one. Okay.
I can't tell if Raptor is baiting or not. The G was going to come in, and Raptor is going to go down. There's tons of damage, though, coming out from Diablo, and they will trade junglers. TP now from Kingen. The Mega Gnar's not ready, and he is zoned away. Vikla going to use his ult, zone the rest of the team here, and it's a bit of a standoff in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit too many tools used on Raptor there. Like, they burnt the Nico ult and the Vi ult. I think he probably would have just died with one of those, to be honest, as soon as Jiwoo starts hitting him. And as soon as those are gone, Diablo feels so comfortable to step up. And we're talking about all the summoners being down on the back of that previous fight. Now all those flashes are back up and available for BNK FairX.
Yeah. Trying to sync the waves, it looks like, but they only have 45 seconds on the Baron.
Yeah, so here, I think, so after using target ability, I think one of the ults with Kite's damage. It's hard to say, because Kellen then gets his shield up. Maybe they're just like, we have to kill him quickly. But I feel like the problem is, once they're both down, it means Diablo's just got free reign. Yeah, hard call to make the moment. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1. But it is Gideon who loses his flash, and Raptor keeps his.
Yeah, can definitely see some more of that kind of crazy Nefiri that Raptor. He's really the one guy who's picking this relatively early on in Fearless Drafts in the jungle. He says, okay, you know, a lot of stuff is taken away, a lot of bans on the jungle. Just give me Nefiri. And he's crazy with it. He will just jump into 5 people, especially if he has flash. He's got Death's Dance now, he has 3 items, he's really strong. And the Vi just doesn't quite hit the same. Like, yes, the ult is still valuable, but
you just don't have good targets.
Yeah. Okay, gonna get in front of that. Now Calyx has to spear rush away. Engage comes in from Lehens. It's a good one. Diablo in a lot of trouble. Everything is used onto that back line, and they do access it as Diablo go the Braum. At the same time, Kingen winning the fight on the top side here. Vikla isolated, and it's a full ace clean for Nongshim.
There's the engage we're looking for. Lehens finds a beautiful ult onto Diablo, onto BNK FairX. A 5-0, and Nongshim will get their first game of the series.
And it ends just like that. It's a game that was so close that BNK, it looked like they had so many angles back in, and yet Nongshim, they just pulled the trigger at the exact right time, and a clean ace and pro at this point in the game is going to end it. There's nothing they can do. There's no time on the death timers. And Nongshim are not out of it just yet. They will get at least one game, their first of the series, to make it 1-2.
This was a stressful game for Nongshim. You know, a lot of mistakes were made by BNK FairX. A lot of mistakes. You know, that dive that gave the triple kill over to Jiwoo. And there's a lot of moments where I think the coaches will have some strong words, considering how close they were just to closing this series out. But for Nongshim, it's a breath of hope, right? They're still in the series, they still have an opportunity, but at the end of the day, this game was hard fought considering how much of a lead they had at times, how much of a lead they had at 10 minutes, and they really need to lock in if they're going to be able to bring off a reverse sweep, because they need 2 more wins in this series. And I mean, you look at the gold graph, this was not clean sailing. This was not smooth sailing, this was tumultuous. This was
sailing.
Yeah, through rocky storms.
Yeah, it was all over the place. We had leads, and then they were thrown back, and then they were mitigated, and trying to ask for 5. See if we get to 5. Might have 4. We will have 4.
We will have at least 4.
Will have 4.
I can guarantee we'll have at least 4.
Thank you, Ox. You figured that one out.
That's an Ox
You got my
guarantee.
back.
I'm
Thank
there,
you.
yeah.
Thank you, yes. All right, well, game number 4 will happen after the break.
아니야 계속 할 것 같아. 아 이번에 살짝 볼 생각할게 성훈아. 성훈이 형 사실 와줄 수 있어? 야 오락점 많이 갈까? 베인이랑 오케이. 야 루시안. 야 루시안. 앞에 나 필요 볼게. 앞에 봐줘. 야 이렇게 나 볼게 그냥. 야 미드 하자. 야 미드가. 미드 하자.
Just yet, Disguise continuing to push forward now with another Keeper's Verdict onto Blabber. Double flash over the wall from C9 to avoid Castle. As Thanatos now wants to stay away from Rahel. Castle takes a ton of damage. A massive engage coming out from Huhi. The Magnet Storm onto everybody, and Vulcan and Sven are already down. Loki taken very low now too. Disguise may have just found their moment off the back of Huhi's Rel, clutching up when they need him most.
Huhi just saved the game for Disguise.
All day, it's go time. Yeah, we been on a mission. Better hope you ain't slacking. When you running a league.
确实上来了，欧恩被找到了，但同时也走到了 K2， 已经拖下时间，杀到招神剑撞墙了，兵哥想力挽狂澜，但俊伟重新猛打，
欧恩，但只有俊伟在帮他。
还有一个满 Q
倒了。姐姐下个一有吗？闪现 Q， 但没有 Q 到墙上，没有晕，吃了一个快刀剪断，姐姐的血量也掉得很快。阿炳看了一个金身，让人过来一个闪现 Q 技能直接缩掉2个人头，也可以专门下去刷 Q 哎，直接平 A 跨上来5A 级连招，再跳上来拿到一个 triple。
奈特关键时候的一个闪 Q 啊！
Just know this, in no time, we came equipped heavy with more. Bet that I can't lose and all.
Milagroso, mas acho que não vai dar tempo não, hein?
Tá caindo a vida do Barão. Já teve roubo do de Samis em cima do Carioca. Será que ele consegue fazer agora a devolução? Entrada agora, roubou! Roubou! Barão, mas não foi o Kaká, foi o Fury! A Bey ainda respira, mas será que vai aguentar?
You gotta be steady, but you gotta know it's one thing if you coming for me.
싸우자 가자! 달려들어서 세리가 버스트. 오너. 예, 너무 세요. 그냥 대장의 점등이에요. 와 순간 아타카 치료. 탈출을 안 돼요. 자리에서 그래서 그럼 라이즈는요? 버드라. 네. 버드라 이거는 빼주는 초비. 원하던 한시간 원하는 LCK에서 거의 뭐 제일 많이 먹다시피 했었는데 그래도 더 원하는 게 펜타입니다. 먹어본 사람이도.
그래도 본대 쪽
회전이 한번 잡혔죠?
본대 쪽을 좀 잘 잡으면
네.
그리고 사이언스 피하다가 탈리아도 만화가 거의 없거든요.
근데 기인이 붙어있는 상황에서
그래서 여기 밀어내고 사이온을 계속 괴롭히고
양쪽
베라상을
탈때
끊어주고
완전 약해요. 아니 이거를 몰아붙입니다. 1대1로
왔다 갔다 조리조리.
그런데 뒤로 이동하고 있다가 기인이 범판이 찬스.
와 근데 기인 진짜
To prove my growth, and now look at me, undefeated, unbeaten, don't believe it.
To try to lock up the FlyQuest mid laner. Will not be able to do so as FlyQuest tried to exfiltrate here, but Whippo has arrived to try to help his team out. There's the Syndra ulti onto Fudge, who's staying alive for now. They've made their way onto Quad, but they can't quite kill him here just yet. Fudge needs more damage, and he won't find it. Now on the front line, Whippo finds a two-man decimating smash, and Masu is free firing. Flash out of the way of the ulti from B-Boy, but it's a triple kill to Inspired. It's a quadra kill to Inspired. In the jungle Trendemir game, Inspired claims a pentakill.
Output Inspired, and you could see he saw the angle when he gets the triple. They're already setting up for the penta. Inspired comes in and Khalid's house a penta and 4K in the bag still to spend.
Are you kidding me?
Ready for war, just know this, in no time, we came equipped heavy with more.
More kills than minutes. welcome to Rise Group. And I think that's what Nongshim need to do. A little bit more Rise. They have to become the Rise to beat the Rise here in play-ins.
I see them right there on the Legend Group board. They're right there.
Let's cover that one up. Let's cover that up. They're here. Yeah, they're there. Anyways, it's 2-1. Nongshim were able to come back from that one after losing early, then taking early, and in the process, losing Mao. That's really what was lost here. Mao's brain was lost.
Yeah, I fully fed into the delusion that BNK were going to come back, and then it turns out they did, and then it turns out they lost the game. So now I don't know what to believe, what is reality, and what we're really going through. What I do want to highlight, which isn't really tied to the game, I want to, again, even though they didn't end up winning, give credit to the drafting of BNK. I actually think that particularly the fact that they had the Braum ready, again, which should be a no-brainer, but Nongshim leaning fully into dive and they're playing into Braum is a big deal. And bringing back the Neferi. I think the Neferi has actually been something that they've relied on consistently now. My really biggest criticism for them is that, guys, we don't need to ban 2 top laners. We can also just save our 5 counter pick and ban Kai'Sa, because it was extremely obvious that they were going to play that.
I mean, it's a composition that has Nico B1 and Vi Ahri, so yeah, I probably wouldn't let the Kai'Sa through. Maybe they thought they were just going to dive it repeatedly and take it out of the game, which they tried to do because they have Lucian. Like, I get it, because Lucian Braum is going to lane well into Kai'Sa. You have the early Neferi ganks, but it was a problem later on. Because I otherwise thought, like, this is what I asked from Nongshim. I was like, please play Vi. Look for engage. Okay, Lehens gets the Nico B1, and then they get the winning matchup top lane with an R pick that's rising in popularity here in the play-ins. I thought this was a fantastic draft for Nongshim. It's just that the execution was a little bit off at many of the times in the mid-game.
Well, I mean, it was off at a level 3 gank that happened yet again by Raptor. You thought you learned the lesson? This is exactly the same. It's the Braum stun that happens, then Diablo comes and stuns him out, and then it's a clear from there. So we'll just keep diving after this, right?
Yeah.
Should be fine, right?
I think this is the best example of why BNK are not, like, universally agreed to be clearly the best team in the Rise group, because they also have moments like this. I think they had won this game.
Oh,
actually.
gosh.
Like, the Kai'Sa was basically taken out of the game. And then Gio got a triple. And then, as if that wasn't enough, Diablo, I love you, but I know he doesn't have any other mode besides going in.
He dodged it.
Yeah, he did.
Can't dodge that, though. It's a targeted ability. That's unstoppable.
And then Kellen's like, I can get the kill. Kellen, no, you're Braum. Don't do that.
Yeah, no, this was kind of a disaster. There were some moments that went back and forth, of course, after this happened, but the lead was so massive at this point that even though we kept seeing Nongshim lose fights, I was like, wow, there's still like 3,000 gold ahead. There's still 2,000 gold ahead. Okay, there's still 1,000 gold ahead. Okay, there's still 200 gold ahead. Like, they still are technically ahead.
Well, the importance of that to me is that we showed the early level 3 ganks that Raptor's able to get off with success. But the other side of it is, if it fails, at that moment when we ended the highlight, it was level 6 to level 4. Like, the jungle gap can get massive if it goes wrong. And so this time, BNK Ferex get punished.
Yeah, I'm just, again. And then the game just kind of roller coasted up and down and up and down and up and down. And then I for one, am ready
Not sure about that one,
to call it a day with the Nico. I think that engage is so insanely powerful. But what we actually saw, there was a really good bait and switch by Lehens, right? Pretending that he's going forward as the clone, instead getting the big ultimate off. And that just ends the game. I still hesitate to say that I trust Nongshim after this, but they did win. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, they had a comp that's really easy to play, has a lot of even comeback mechanics. You know, we saw in the skirmishes top side, we saw in that fight there. Charm also was good there to set it all up and to kind of bait the fight. Like, they get the ult out of Kellen instantly in that moment. And you can see Nongshim are playing confidently, which is really important because, like I said, you're the overdogs, right? You're the favorites. Most people, almost unanimously, it was a very high prediction rate for Nongshim. Expected them to win this series. They're the Legend Group team. They fell down 2-0 and yet still play a game where they lost control incredibly well and made the right calls in those final moments to get back in it.
Chronicler, give me a pick that hasn't been selected yet now that we're going into the regular season rounds, or I guess games. We're in game 4 now. That stands out as something important here.
Well, I actually don't know. I feel like with when it comes specifically to BNK, as long as they get, again, anything that resembles a dive comp, I think they're going to be happy. I think that even though they lost that game, they should not have been in a position to play that game after how the early to mid game played out.
And I am slightly corrected, as I thought it was a much wider pool of Nongshim voters. It's 8-6. So they were the overdogs in Preds, but not as large as I thought.
On the global side, it was an overdog again, but they are trying to bounce back here. Are Nongshim. BNK Fearex had a pretty solid comeback mechanic there. Maybe we'll see as many kills that we saw in game 3 into game 4. Let's send it on over to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, guys. We're getting ready for game number 4, as 5-game Subin is what they're asking for. She is famous for summoning the 5 gamers, although we've had 2 already. So it wouldn't be that surprising if we went to 5 again. The way in which we get there certainly would be if it is, 2 games to BNK, 2 games to Nongshim after the way they looked. But we had that before as well with Nongshim against Bro.
And with this, I talked about this before start of last game. Obviously, assuming Nongshim, well, they're going to be attempting reverse sweep, but they no longer have side selection for the rest of the series. BNK Fearex have chosen blue side. If we do go to a game 5, they will have side selection then as well. Presumably we'll choose blue side again. So pressure onto Nongshim to navigate red side. First game we had Pat, then we had Pay, which sounds like some sort of contactless payment system, like Pat Pay.
Yeah, Pat Pay.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We'll see what we get here. They're starting with A, so
yeah,
very off theme.
That's a bit weird. Could be like any.
Like,
or ale, Just thinking about words that are 3 letters that start with A. Jay Sione, taken away.
Presumably it's planting seconds. We have app so far. Pat Pay app. Oh my god, it works. It works.
You just need Poppy. Just ban Poppy.
That'd be perfect, honestly.
Ooh, Ziggs.
The Ziggs ban comes out. I mean, we have seen Ziggs coming in later in Fearless and kind of just being very hard to deal with. It is something that you has obviously played. Trying to do.
It's
apt. Apartment,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Pat Pay apartment. That's what you got to do if you want an apartment. Vigla's like, yeah, I'll play it. Scion.
Instantly grabs the Scion. With Trundle being gone.
I don't think he's playing Scion.
And a lot of the top lane pool really thinned out. Makes you wonder what King and Wood pick into this.
Renekton.
I think just Aatrox.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Aatrox, yeah.
Matchup into Scion. And I don't know if you know this. This is some not very well-known lore about Kingin. He's actually a bit of an Aatrox player, would you believe?
I think he has his own skin.
Yeah, some hidden lore about Kingin is he plays Aatrox. They will secure the Maokai first and foremost, though, prioritizing that. Maokai Yone has been super popular. I feel like when a little bit later in Fearless, but obviously Yone is banned, so we won't be able to pair them up. I feel like I wouldn't be against just grabbing the Aatrox now and freeing up your 3rd pick, but if they want to secure an AD carry here, that makes sense as well. Looking at the Senna. I was going to say Jhin is one of the higher priority AD carries left open, but into Scion it feels a little bad, but they're going to go for the Senna here, which is, it did get buffed on this patch, but we haven't really seen much Senna at the moment for a while. Kind of fell off a little bit. It was played a lot at a decent amount at MSI, a good amount at EWC, and then kind of fell off a decent amount. Ezreal's going to come through in return for Diablo here.
Ezreal.
I mean, a lot of burst damage with this combo, and the Senna's very squishy. And this is no surprise, the Aatrox. That is one thing, obviously, kind of telegraphing that you're going to take it on 3, so it means you can't really respond to what BNK Fearex played. I don't think that's too much of an issue, though, with Braum already gone. That is kind of the thing that you'd love to take in Leona, but it's already taken away by Fearless. It does make you wonder what... It could be the Maokai support, honestly, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
The Maokai Senna. It could be...
Skarner.
Senna Poppy is also an option. And obviously interrupt the Zenith Blade. It could be a lot of things. I feel like with the Senna, you free up extra options. Even though obviously it's the farming Senna. Senna Nautilus is very popular, even though Nautilus is not the best into Leona.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Are they gonna ban Sejuani as well? I mean, like, we're getting pretty deep into the jungle pool. I'm not sure how much deeper we can go.
I feel like a lot of the typical Sundered Sky junglers are gone.
Yeah.
So at this point, you know, Skarn is like the kind of highest prio tank jungler.
Silas.
I think the Silas ban is actually really heads up because it's a flex. So they could have taken it mid or jungle, but also taking the Maokai is humongous value.
Yeah.
So a Silas pick here would have been really pretty fantastic for BNK Fear X. So I think that ban is actually a very effective one for the side of Nongshim. Tristana ban going to come through. Tristana Maokai combo we saw a lot during the 80 carry mid meta.
Yeah. Could have just pulled it out. We do see a lot of like old metas brought back. Aurelion Soul. Calyx doesn't seem too happy about that. Well, let's see if it does get locked in.
Yeah, I feel like maybe just taking the support, like you could just take like a Poppy.
Yeah, you don't have to pick mid.
Maybe they're trying to hide though the Maokai flex. I don't feel like you have to pick mid now. They opt to go for the Tahm Kench, so showing the flex, it is going to be Maokai jungle, which I think makes sense with how many junglers are gone. Tahm Kench giving a bit of safety, especially against the burst from the Ezreal and Leona. Gonna try and keep the Senna alive. I also feel like it's kind of, the Maokai is so good at engaging, and the Tahm Kench is so good at denying engages. Maokai also good with the saplings to disrupt, so you're kind of playing around that long range. Lee Sin comes in.
Sin. And maybe a TF. Yep, the TF comes through for Vikla in this game.
Okay, so a lot of setup for the Lee Sin, a lot of setup for the Ezreal, both skill shot reliant champions, but you have so many stuns for them. I do feel like this BNK Fear X composition lacks damage and spikes hard in the mid game. They have a lot of tools to get ahead, but if you don't get ahead in the mid game, you're gonna struggle. Now Nongshim knows.
Smolder.
Okay, this is just the most late game vs mid game kind of split. BNK Fear X have a lot of tools to get ahead, but if they don't, the game is just over. But I really feel like for the side of Nongshim, they didn't need the Smolder for that to be true. They didn't need a Smolder for them to sort of feel stronger in the later stages of the game. It gives them an insane amount of insurance, but I don't think it was necessarily warranted. I do think that the mid pool was getting a little bit pinched though, but now it just means they're guaranteed to be looking towards those later stages of the game. And really, I'm looking at the side of BNK Fear X. I'm looking at Vikla on the TF. We saw his TF game against D+, fell behind in farm, but was really active on the map. I'm looking at Raptor and the Lee Sin, Raptor and Kellen and how they've been proactive. You need to get the ball rolling, but if you do, you're rewarded with a composition that spikes on 2 items extremely hard. Every champion in your composition spikes around the same time and can just take over the game. But if you make a fumble, and we saw them make fumbles last game, you're looking at a late game which is going to feel almost impossible to win.
It's about to get very interesting. I like the comps and where we're headed, the direction, the ship, and where it's sailing here for game number 4. Let's hop onto the riff right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 4, Calyx. His reaction was definitely the one that sticks out in my mind the most from that draft. He did not seem to want to play Smolder. Or at least he seemed a bit embarrassed about it. I'm not really sure how to read into his reaction, but...
Should you feel shame for picking Smolder?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe he does.
Yeah.
He knows. But he's like, well, I gotta do what I gotta do. We gotta make this reverse sweep happen some way.
Take one for the team.
You know, before we got into play-ins, I was watching some of the Challenger League the LCK Challenger League setups, especially their drafts, because it's best of 5s, as they started their plans ahead of time. And we did see Smolder mid in Challenger League as well. So not the most surprising thing.
Yeah. Instead to get buffed in this patch, so one of the things they did is they buffed the healing on a Q at max rank, which obviously you max first. And they buffed her attack speed growth. And actually hotfix nerfed it again, because she was a little bit overbuffed. So
yeah.
Gotta feel nice. But again, I mean, I feel like you look at the BNK PRX composition, it just feels like a bit, a lot of early damage from the Zenith Blade there. Lehens gets a good trade back though. But yeah, I mean, you look at the comp from Nongshim, from BNK PRX, it just feels quite low damage, right? The ability to cut through these bulkier targets is limited. There's a lot of sustain from Nongshim. They need to get an early lead, and so far, Kellen and Diablo doing a pretty good job. This Leona Ezreal, especially to level 2, you have so much base damage between the Leona passive, between the burst and the Ezreal, and that safety net from the Tahm Kench isn't there to level 6. You know, Senna a pick that has very low base health and can kind of just be exploded. Oh, Calyx.
Looking for the play here. The flash gold card might be enough. Calyx in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. First blood given over to Raptor, who is active early again.
Nice early gank. You know, that's a setup you want. The point and click CC with the Sonic Wave there from the Lee Sin. And this is like pristine. I feel like champions like Lee Sin and Nidalee, you want lanes with setup. And when you look at having a Leona in the bot lane, a TF in the mid lane, that's exactly what you want. You let them land the CC, and all you have to do is just Sonic Wave a stun target for kill. And a nice early first blood to come in, particularly the fact that the Lee Sin gets it, he's going to feel pretty great about that.
Yeah, that snowball rolling. Diablo, I thought he was going to miss that one.
He did as well, I leaned in.
Did not. He's totally fine. He's got it calculated. Just a little Chovy over here.
This is a problem though into the Senna Tahm, why it's so obnoxious and has been in the lane for such a long time, is if you don't kill it, it just sustains up so well.
Yeah.
With the gray health. Oh, Gideon.
Yeah, Gideon, I'm not sure about fighting this one, buddy. He's trying to run now as he is going to go in, goes out with the flash. But that's just flashed down, and also the heal and cleanse used by Gio here in the fight. And now they're looking for Gio. He flashes, but he's still so dead. Another early kill for Raptor.
And it's just such a mistake to opt in to these skirmishes. You know, obviously Gideon steps up there into Raptor, ends up paying a heavy price in terms of HP and his sums, but then Gio is trying to trade so aggressively when your jungler has just flashed out on just such low health that he can't assist with the play. He was so overextended there. Big mistake from the side of Nongshim, and now 2-0 in the early game for BNK PRX. This is not how you want the game to start if you're a Nongshim fan.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of tempo they're going to get from this, not even tempo vibes, just tempo.
Just raw tempo, raw unfiltered tempo. Yeah, I mean here, there's just nothing Calyx can do in this situation. But here, Gio steps up so far, so aggressively.
Yeah. You see the call is made after he steps up super far.
Yeah.
To go in.
Like, you knew the enemy jungler was there, and that was such a perfect facial expression.
We just need a gif of that, and we can get a lot of value out of that one. Famous overnight. Yeah, so this top lane is also happening at the same time, by the way. Just want to let everybody know that our top laners are trying their best. They're doing a great job up here.
Yeah, they're actually doing pretty good
anyway.
Matchup. Aatrox tends to do well because you can interrupt the decimating smash with your sweet spots constantly.
Yeah.
It tends to be pretty favored in the matchup. Calyx.
Okay, just block for him. Lehen's doing the right thing.
Calyx not looking so comfortable in the Smolder right now. Speaking of uncomfortable.
All right, let's see. We got a dive brewing. We got a TF on the way. Gio just doesn't have any sums. He doesn't have his life anymore, as now the root is going to come down onto Kellen. There's nowhere for him to go. Follow-up dive is coming in. Vigla going to try to tank this one up. Just decides to tank a second shot. I don't think he had to do that. As now TP behind them. In comes King, and he's level 6, as Diablo says, yeah, good luck, Raptor. And Raptor might be... No, he's in a lot of trouble, actually. He's going to go down as King will pick up this kill. 618 gold from the 4-kill Lee Sin.
Big boost for Kingen on this Aatrox, and a little bit of a messy dive there. I think Kellen was definitely dead. I think Vikla without flash. I think in that situation kind of had to take the second hit, and also they didn't let the tower the reset, the damage on it. It was ramped up. I think they were kind of rushed to go for the second dive. Maybe in hindsight should have just left it. Nongshim now started the dragon. Lens is very low. And of course, BNK Fearax are going to fight you for it. This is not... it's obvious.
Yeah, especially with their comp. I mean, here they come. It's just Smite comes down, a kill as well. And Calyx is like, guys, I'm playing Smolder. I'm playing, please let me farm. Well, Hens has to flash too. And yeah, you just gave over the Drake on top of everything else.
I feel like if you're playing against BNK Fearax and you're wondering, are they good? Yes. That's just always the answer, yes. They are always...
So then, are they going to...
Yes, they're always going to fight you. It's always going to...
Do you think that they will...
Yes, just always.
Oh, okay.
And every opportunity. Nice little... Oh, so that's why he ulted over here. So this play, Kellen goes in for the aggro first. And because it's a Maokai, hard to really get out again. He gets rooted, he's down. They're kind of rushing for this play though. Vikla doesn't actually reset the aggro, so look how much damage this tower does. And he tanks a second so his teammates don't die, he can't flash out. And then in this play, they just explode the Maokai and steal the dragon. We didn't see the kills as well in between where Kingen picks him up, but
yeah.
It's been a scrappy game, and this is good for Nongshim, even though obviously it's in favor of BNK Fearax. Anytime they're answering back with a composition like this, it's positive, right? Obviously the game is definitely in BNK Fearax's favor right now in terms of gold, but Nongshim don't need to be ahead. They just need to be not that far behind. That being said, 3 Void Grubs going over, the Dragon already going over. It's not a good spot. But considering how badly it started, we've seen various positions.
We definitely have, and we've seen leads thrown that were much larger than this.
Yeah,
so
like
I'm hoping, yes, last game and a couple of games before that one, I do feel like BNK should have talked to Ryu, who did look very unhappy after game number 3. Understandably so.
I feel like...
Because he was probably like booking dinner reservations. He's like, okay, we got this 3-0 in the bag, and then they dove the turret, and he's like, oh god.
I feel like it must be so intimidating, like walking into the coaching booth with Ryu, and he's got such an expressive face, and you just know immediately.
Speaking of knowing immediately, I think Calyx is in the know, but there's really not much that he can do. He's getting dove by everybody, and they're friends. So 3 of them just go deep for the Omega dive onto the Smolder, who flashes but just doesn't have any help.
Yeah, I'm not sure Calyx is feeling the Smolder right now. Obviously, playing a pick that has to kind of be an auto range to farm and trade against a TF who can stun you in auto range. Not really a fun time, and they're just punishing him repeatedly. This play again. The flash stun card, you flash almost immediately, but again, it's almost immediately. And as soon as that autos come through from Vikla, you're just dead. 5-1 now for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, he is, he's got that Sundered Sky. He is ready to party.
Yeah, so Sundered Sky, Merc Treads versus Little Mask and Little Book for Gideon.
Little Book. Yes. Don't forget the jungle item.
Oh.
And the trinket.
They both have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raptor even has a bonus control ward.
True. And Calyx is not very much enjoying himself. The Smolder 0-2, the Senna 0-2.
What a sidestep from the Scuttle Crab.
Wow.
He started regenning as well because he hadn't been hit in so long.
The mechanics are insane.
Oh. Where have I seen this before? It is now a level 6 Tom Ken, so it's going to be a bit trickier.
Yeah.
Vikla, 1,400 gold ahead. Obviously the assists are nice, but just so much free gold from being a TF and all those plates have given him a very big lead. We are on 100 stacks from Calyx though, so not doing too bad there.
In C, he's actively trying to stack at all times. Like, he is playing overly aggressive to try to stack. I don't think that's why he's getting bullied so hard.
He was only on 20 though, so
yeah,
you were not doing so hard in return. I feel like one thing as well with Sen is the base
wait,
health.
they're just gonna do it again.
Oh,
They're just gonna do it again.
Run.
He's fine.
Flop.
Yeah. Raptor could have like maybe got. Oh, they're just gonna try to dive again. I mean, there's nowhere for him to go. You can't run away from the solar flare if you don't have flap and you don't have flash.
I feel like I can't even blame him. You know?
No,
it's just painfully unfun. I guess maybe just buy Merc Treads and
play safe, man.
Yeah. Yeah, mid play safe, please.
Come on, like it's 0-3 already. 12 minutes? Like what?
Mid, have you tried playing safe, by the way? Oh man. Oh yeah. Hey, there's no salvaging that. There's nothing that can be done.
Especially against BNK, like they're just going to dive you over and over. Is it going to be 3 Chemtechs in a row? No, Mountain Soul.
Okay. They're sending him top lane into the Scion. And Kingan's like, you know what? I don't want to be mid either. I'm going top lane too.
Gideon's like, you know what? I'm not farming the jungle anymore. I'm going top.
Yep. Everyone just go top lane. Let's just pretend mid doesn't exist. You know what? Lehen should go mid. He's got Mikhail's now.
Yeah.
Oh no, he didn't. He sold it and then went redemption. Oh. Okay. That's because he doesn't want to go mid.
And he doesn't want to go top.
Oh,
either.
Kingan's gone mid. Oh, but see, this is neat. BNK FairX have just decided that they will go top. See, they're not actually interested in mid. They're interested in Calyx.
Yes.
This is a nice ult from Kellen. Yeah.
Kellen's Leona is comfort zone to the max, but at the same time, that was very... pretty straightforward.
Based on the expressions Calyx had during the draft, I'm not sure Smolder is his comfort zone.
No.
But even if it is, I'm not sure it would have made a difference in this game. You know what I think isn't his comfort zone? Being stunned. I think he feels very uncomfortable being stunned.
Understandable.
Yeah. Not a good place to be. Okay, well they've gone top and they moved King in there, so he kind of put up with that. And honestly, the mid tier 1 being down is generally viewed as a bad thing, but at least it means Calyx can kind of like hide under his tier 2 and avoid confrontation.
He got an item.
It does mean the rest of the map is going to bleed out, but you know what? That's the rest of the map's problem, not his.
Yep. He's got one job. That's to try to survive and farm. In we go. This Lee Sin is so incredibly fed right now. Gideon, he's got one job, and that is to run. He's only got a Leandries. And especially if he gets hit by the Sonic Wave, he is not tanky, so just has to run. And we're just, it's kind of just like BNK get to do whatever they want, and Gnome just have to try to survive.
Yep.
It's like a game of zombies or something. Like you're running away from BNK, trying not to get bit. But as we know, BNK will not be stopped.
Yeah. Also depends which zombies you're talking about. You know, there's a lot of different games that had zombie games in them.
True.
Yeah, I mean, we've all had this game, right?
Yeah.
In solo queue, in flex queue, in ranked 5s back when that was a thing.
Yeah.
In normal draft maybe, in ARAMs. Someone on your team, everything's going terribly. And someone on your team is there to just say, don't worry guys, we outscale. And you know what?
I scale really well, guys.
At least in this case, they actually do scale well, because I'll be first to say, I have said that sentence many times when we don't outscale and we don't have a hope of scaling, but you say it anyway because doesn't it feel better to think that you outscale, or at least pretend that you outscale?
It's for the vibes.
It's for the vibes. It's so for the vibe. You just have to say it, because if no one says it, then you have no hope.
Yeah.
But at least if you say you think of a better time, and you hope that in the future, the game won't be as bleak. And Nongshim, they're thinking, right now Calyx is thinking, look, when I get 225 stacks, I will do the big Bernie boom boom explosion Elder Dragon thing.
Yeah.
And sure, the game might have ended before that point, but maybe not.
Guess who's back? Raptor's like, I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna do it.
I believe him. I believe him.
Maybe he should have. just for the, like, he needs to stick to the BNK bit. He needs to be true to himself.
I'm honestly surprised he didn't.
Oh, looking for the, oh, okay.
It looked like he wanted to go for that. He was tempted.
The knockups are there. Uh-oh. That's not very safe to you. He's going to flash the wall. Redemption's coming in. The diving bot at the same time. The solar flare going to land directly on Calix's head. And they get the kill on Asena as well, just in case you were wondering. This is really just... This is like bullying at this point. They're just doing whatever they want.
Yeah. This looks a little... Oh!
Guess who's still behind
Guys,
them?
you can't base.
You can't, yeah, no. Okay, well, Kingen is going to try his best to save his little dragon. It's not going to work out. And gold card's going to hit. Now we got the Sonic Wave coming in. Kingen still trying his best. And the procs are insane. The fact that he's living here is actually ridiculous. And they don't necessarily need to keep diving, but it's BNK, so they will. They're going to get the kill and make it... Oh, they finally got him. They finally did it. They're still fighting. Two kills go to Gideon, but they don't care. They're 7,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I think they're just having a good time. This is such a strange game. At this point, third dragon's going to come in, and it feels like Nongshim are just holding on for dear life. It feels like they're just... If they're on a roller coaster, they're not even in the seat anymore. They're hanging on to the side. They're outside the roller coaster, hanging on to the railing.
Yeah.
It's just chaos at the moment for them. But BNK FairX, they thrive in these situations. Wow. That's the thing as well with the Senna. You're so squishy. You just like get exploded. Mystic Shot does so much damage. And this, they have a Maokai and a Tom Kench. You feel like you're safe under a tower.
Yeah. They just killed the Maokai.
And then Hands goes to the Gobble. And they just proxy the wave and kind of hang around. And there's a point where this play becomes a little goofy and a little unnecessary. And I think BNK FairX know that, but I just don't think they really care that much.
Yeah.
They just kind of, this is just them in a nutshell. They're kind of vibing with it.
They're definitely having a lot of fun. I mean, if you're a BNK fan, you're really enjoying them just styling all over Nongshim right now.
Kingen is trying his hardest, can I just say. He is sweating right now. You know, using the Sundered Sky, getting the healing.
He's that guy. He's the meme leaning forward with the sweat, like wiping the sweat off his brow. BNK are just singing.
BNK is singing Payphone.
It's actually happening in real time at the LCK.
Oh, man. Oh, it's so true.
Vikla got the blue buff, so that's what the Destiny game was for.
$7,200.
Yeah. Biggest gold lead is in mid, which is not surprising just because it's TF.
Yeah, the free money.
After that, it's Lee Sin. Raptor would be ahead the most, but stacked deck, you know.
And this is also the point in the game where BNK FairX are the strongest, you know. This is the mid game. This is when they have that beautiful 2-item spike from the Ezreal. Vikla's got 2 items. Raptor. They are extremely strong.
Oh yeah, he's going in.
Yeah.
You know he's going in. He's got a Scion with him too, Raptor. He's just waiting for the perfect insect angle.
Every man for himself.
All right, we got the Gobble there. They're gonna save him.
Okay, I think Atakan's gone. I don't think you can... I'm not sure you can step past, like, your base walls at this point. Kingen's doing a little bit of undercover work. He wants the gold bounty.
I mean, sure. Gotta get what you can get. TP's coming in from Kellen.
Yes.
It's gonna clear the wave. Yeah. Yeah, get that CS, Kellen.
He's Kellen it?
He is, yeah. It's just Kellen.
Just Kellen.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I thought things were pretty favored towards BNK FairX, and then they got the Atakan, so now it's pretty heavily favored.
Yeah.
Is there a point to where Nongshim, they are approaching the stack point for the Smolder? It's just really where the BNK FairX make a big fumble. I also want to mention, you know the petals?
Yes.
So the thing with the petals is we often have situations where a team gets Atakan and maybe it's like 30 petals to 20 or something.
Yeah.
It's 39 to 11. So they really have, I mean, that's the thing, they've had so much map control. They've just been kind of hoarding them.
Yeah. I would expect them to be farther ahead on levels, considering the game state and the pedals.
Yeah.
But
and then they just got the Atakan. Yeah. I mean, they did dive on a tower and give over some kills. I think that helped a bit.
For sure.
The catch-up XP. Don't look at Calix's inventory, by the way.
Yeah. Don't look at it.
Did you look at it?
No. Yes. Yeah. I have.
Brandon, I
did it like right as you said it.
Oh, rapid fire for Vikla, by the way. That's 3 items on the TF. Yeah.
I just remember in Game 3 when I was like, no, please, I wanted some League of Legends, and then I got some, and then I guess that was all I was allowed to have.
Yeah.
Just that little bit in Game 3. Just a wee bit, and then after that, just totally denied. Like, we haven't had any in this game.
Yeah. They really just went a little bit too hard in the scaling. They were just like, we'll just outscale. B&K FearX won't do anything, and they'll just let us scale. They're known for that.
Yeah. It does feel like this comp is countered by the team
I love
itself.
How... Oh, no.
He really just wanted to farm. He really just wanted to play the game. As we got Maokai, the kick comes through the gobble from Lahens. Is it enough? Is it enough? And when is it enough for B&K? As here we go. We got Clear coming in from the top rope. Jumps down onto the 2 frontliners. They get the 2 kills. King, and he's still side laning. He doesn't want to play these team fights.
Guys, that was because Calix looked a little bit too close to the cannon minion. You saw he was tentatively staring at it, and he was like, I don't know, guys. I want the cannon, but I'm not sure I can go for it. And then he was like, you know what, guys, you're here. I think I'm going to step forward. And then he instantly, everyone jumped. Look at him. He was like, no, I'm backing off. Guys, it was a mistake. And his whole
I'm sorry.
there. He's apologizing. Sorry.
I didn't mean it.
The Tom Kench comes in. They're like, it's fine. We'll just kill the Tom Kench. We'll kill the Maokai.
Yeah.
They're doing everything to try and heal, peel, flash. And then the Sion comes in and stomps them. And you know what? The Smolder hit the stacks. So they do take a little bit of damage.
No. Feeling very good.
Yeah.
About the situation here.
Oh, and now they have Mountain Soul. So, yeah, you know that damage you ordered? It's going to be delayed a little bit. It's going to be... yeah, it's not going to be here for a while.
Yeah. They need like a good 20 minutes.
I think they need a throw. I honestly don't even think, like, it's not about, they just need B&K FearX to make an active major throw.
The only way it goes 20 minutes is if they throw. So, same, yeah, he's dead. No missile dive, no living for you.
Yeah.
B&K will not allow it.
Wow, well, Calix has 2 items now? That's cool.
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
He does. He's getting close to that 3rd one.
Okay.
Bit by bit.
Just keep stalling. Guys, it's Elder in 5 minutes, right? Just flip the Elder.
True, yeah.
Isn't that the spirit of Rise Group?
That is, yeah. And B&K brings so much of that spirit. I feel like Nongshim were just not ready for it.
Yeah.
Like we thought Bro could have taught them, but I guess not. I'm just gonna 2-man the Baron, might as well. We got a TP coming in here as well, just in case.
Oh, look at Clear's items, by the way.
This is on Vision. Yeah, Clear is, he is a raid boss. Gideon's like, please, can I have 1 smite? Can I please have 1 angle to come into this fight?
Oh, he's ulting in.
Okay.
Let's get in. Flash smite. Just do it. Send it.
You have to. Nope, it's too late. Okay, now they're just going to turn on to him. Raptor getting pretty low, actually. Meanwhile, Clear went very deep. He's burning down to the Smolder. But Gideon is also going to die. So, not too much help.
Okay, I mean, apparently, doesn't matter how tanky you are, the percentage HP true damage will eventually get you.
Yeah.
But they did lose their jungler. And Lahens doesn't have a smite available. So... But they did kill the Sion.
They did.
That's easier said than done.
I think they proved something tonight by killing the Sion.
I'm proud of them for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to be fair, we were shouting for him to flash smite. He was kept at about 3k HP.
Yeah. Maokai, even as AP, doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah. It was a very tricky situation because Victor's like trying to stun card you.
Like, he plays it well.
They keep the health at about 3,000 in the pit. We see Calyx is just melting clear eventually with the burn. He actually goes down pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get out of the pit, they kill Kingen, and Raptor doesn't even die. He is very hard to kill. But hey, Baron now picked up, it's a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. They have Mountain Soul, they have Baron, they have 44 petals to 11.
But one Elder Throw, and the game is back. We're back.
We're not back yet.
We would be back if it happens.
Potentially. That's the avenue for them being back.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But they got to deal with 2 minutes of Baron push. At least they've got some inhibitors, you know. They have all 3. And they have some pretty good wave clear, at least in one of the waves. Not in this one. The Smolder lane is great for the wave clear. Everything else, not so good. Jiu, yeah, he might just die. No, they're just going to die. It is BNK after all, and this is what their comp does. They're going to send it as the exhaust comes down on the King, and Redemption is there. And they're going to keep everyone very healthy. King in the Q is on him. The Sonic Wave, and Diablo is arcane shifting into the Aatrox. Does not care, wants the kill. Will he have it? The answer is no. Not on to Gideon. At least not yet. As he continues, there they go, diving the fountain on a Calyx. Got to be careful against the Smolder, but I guess maybe the wallets are just that large, just that heavy. As a bit of a combo here from Kingen, but he's also going to bite the dust. And BNK, they will be moving on to the playoffs of the LCK.
A very convincing 4th game. I think Nongshim going for a bit too slow of a composition there. And BNK PRX, they are never willing to take a slow game. Really drove the pace forward in that one. There's some back and forth moments in this series, but BNK PRX, a huge achievement to get that first slot from play-ins into playoffs over the Legend team.
Yeah, it's pretty gigantic, and a decent portion of us believed in them. You know, 6 out of, I guess, 14 total votes did go for them. They were technically the underdogs based on the predictions, but, you know, enough people believed. And Nongshim, we thought those losses against Bro were flukes. Maybe they weren't. BNK also feels like they have a bit of an edge on a team like Nongshim. Their unrelenting aggression was just too much for Nongshim to handle. And once they got some losses under their belt, it felt like Nongshim's mental just was never back, really. They were able to make it happen in Game 3, but even there, it was shaky. BNK looked like the stronger team the entire night.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a lot of gameplay issues, 100%, but I think also for Nongshim, you're going to have to look a little bit at the draft and ask some questions there, because Game 1, they gave over a ton of resources. And this Game 4, I think, gave over so much agency to the other team, and I think, sure, there's like a theory where if you get to a snapshot of the game at this time where you've met these conditions, that's all great, but I think just too many conditions where you have to play the game perfectly, and we've seen these games are not perfect. We've seen the Nongshim, this series was messy. There was a lot of mistakes, and I just think they gave so many tools to BNK PRX to take the game under their control. They didn't have the answers back, and I think it did let them down to a good degree. So definitely something to think about as they look towards more games in play-ins. I do think we got some varied performances from them as well, because I think a lot of people have been critical of G1 Lehens, but they also had some better moments. You know, Lehens obviously getting that big engage on Nico. G1 did bounce back a bit on the Kai'Sa game, but not enough to challenge BNK PRX. I think Diablo had a fantastic day. Kellen had a pretty fantastic day with some amazing engages, but Raptor, absolutely on fire.
Raptor was just running the rifts. I mean, Gideon was trying to keep up at many times, but he just kept falling behind. There were some big leads for him. There were some big leads for Diablo. They were definitely the two flashier of the picks you could go for, I would say, for POM.
Yep. I also think Vic had a pretty good day as well, overall. Especially going up against Calyx. I was concerned this might be a little bit of a weak spot for the side of BNK PRX. I know obviously this game you got a lot of help like they really punished Alex. But I think generally he was holding up pretty well in the matchup and having a good amount of impact. So Vic were playing it well. Bringing out the TF again. Yeah, I mean, Raptor on this Lee Sin was just insane. The Wukong as well, the Xin Zhao. Even in the Fury, yes, they got a little bit goofy, but was kind of popping off on that pick too.
Yeah, no, there were times where he was diving into 5 people, engaging on the Neferi, no fear. Fear X, you could even say. BNK Fear X, you know?
BNK, no fear.
Yeah, BNK, no fear.
X, and the X is Nongshim, they didn't fear Nongshim.
Yeah. I love this dive where they know they're so far ahead they can do whatever they want, and they finally get the moments. And they're still calming very aggressively the entire time.
It must feel good as well to be in this position in this game, you know, just where you have complete control. You set the pace, and you saw this is exactly how they love to play, where they're like diving between tier 2s, they're diving the fountain turrets. No hesitation. You know, I think some teams maybe would see a comp like the Nongshim one and be like, oh guys, we have to finish this quickly, we can't make mistakes, we have to be cautious, you know, make sure every play is clean. BNK for X like just send it, you know?
Yeah.
And that's where they thrive.
36K, I mean, it's Ezreal that got very far ahead and is Ezreal. I don't think this is very surprising at all. For me, even in this game, Raptor would be the POG if we had it.
Yeah.
And I think he's probably going to get the POM.
I think Diablo obviously he did a lot of boom damage, but I think he had a pretty great series as well.
Absolutely.
I think honestly,
sure.
Raptor, Diablo, Kellen. I think Kellen's like the sleeper. I think Raptor's like, I mean, it was my vote, it's the obvious one, but I think all 3 of those had a pretty fantastic day. But yeah, I think Raptor just, even the game they lost, he was pretty phenomenal on. It felt like the early pace that was being set by him was just pretty amazing, and like he would strive to get Diablo ahead, he would work hard to get his mid laner ahead, to get Vikla ahead. He's just been having a fantastic, I mean, even we talk about the fact that in the previous series, Clay got POM, but it was a tie with his jungler, so Raptor having a pretty fantastic play-ins run so far.
Justice for Raptor. I mean, he had an even better series this time around, so big ups to him. Even Joker came over, their coach, and was like, whoa, what the hell got into you? Like, that was crazy. Especially the Lee Sin game, I think, was just that very classic carry performance that you really love to see from the guy.
And I think throughout the regular season, Raptor's had ups and downs. Like, he's had really good runs of form, and then there's been some games that's unfortunate, but he's definitely been one of the stronger members on the team. But he is hitting at the right time, that is for sure. And I mean, it's just such a huge achievement to already be into playoffs, to be the first team to make out of play-ins, and especially when D+ and Nongshim are there. I think other people I would have assumed they would have gone first.
Yeah. You would assume, but you know what they say about assuming. Don't do it. And it's what they say. A full team interview will be coming up with all of BNK. Curious to hear what they have to say about going into playoffs and who they're going to be facing off against. I think maybe it's KT they've got, depending on what the selections are, but we'll have to wait and see. But first, the interview, I'll hand it over to Dean.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the full team interview translation with BNK Fear X, who just defeated Nongshim Red Force with a 3-1 score to advance to the playoffs. Congratulations! What an incredible match. Let's talk to Clear first. You just took down Nongshim of Legend Group and became the first team of the 4 play-in teams to advance to the playoffs. How do you feel? Now, I've always wanted to go make it to the playoffs and be the first one to do so, and I'm glad that it actually came true. And you had back-to-back matches yesterday and today, so with the limited time, what did you prioritize against Nongshim? I think we just tried to catch and discuss what we should do against what the opponent is good at. So I think just mainly downloading our opponents. And now, for playoffs round 1, you will face either KT or T1. Who do you think you'll meet? You know, both teams are great. I feel like I just have to go into those matches saying or thinking with the mindset of, you know, we just have to do well. And now that we have made it to the playoffs, I want to make sure that we climb even higher with a better performance. And Raptor, the Rush captain, you got a victory and POM. What powered your victory against Nongshim today? I think everyone has really high confidence, and I know that we believe in our own abilities, and I just didn't feel like we would lose today. You looked absolutely fierce today. In Game 4, with most jungle picks banned, your choice was Lee Sin, so what was the meaning behind this pick? You know, I was just going down the list and I just said, I can just play whatever. But I think Lee Sin is just something that I'm comfortable and confident in. And so today, instead of focusing on early leveling, it felt like you were focusing on ganking. So was it your own decision making or your laners calling for you? I think we had thought out everything together. And we were just going according to our own plan from our discussions prior to today. And over time, you just keep shining brighter, and your growth as a jungler and as a player is just incredible. So how do you see it? You know, I do feel like I'm getting better. And I think my coaching staff has really helped me get to this point. And what do you have to say about the playoffs? We made it to the playoffs, but I think our goal is to make it to the Worlds. So we'll try our absolute best to make it to Worlds. And next up, we have Vikla. Now, after returning to Korea, this is your first season, and you have made it to the playoffs. How do you feel? You know, it feels so refreshing, and I'm so pleased that I was able to make it to the playoffs. And with that 3-1 victory, what do you think? Which game was the most pivotal? I think the last game for sure. With us running out of all the options after the Fearless bans, I feel like we just had to bring out our best, and I think we're actually able to show up really well today. How does it feel to play Fearless Best of Fives? It's not too difficult. I think it's just you need to focus on thinking about what you need to do next in terms of what to play in the next game. And now you will face Legend Group teams in the playoffs. So what mindset will you have? I think we just have to refine our team fighting even more so that we can come out on top in every team fight. Thank you for all the fans, for all the support, and we're always going to aim even higher, so please keep supporting us. And Diablo, you know, this year, BNKPX had struggled against Nongshim all year, but you took a nice, convincing victory today. So what was the difference maker? You know, after last night's match, I feel like we had identified some areas we need to fix and improve. And I think that's what really made it all happen. So out of those feedback, you were able to improve and become better. So after yesterday's match, you actually mentioned that your ceiling is much higher and that yesterday's performance was your floor. So how would you say your performance was today? I think out of 10, I would give myself an 8. So where did the 2 points go? I will supplement it in the next match. And you released Yunara and played against her, and as you played as Vayne yesterday and as Corki today. So what makes these champions strong against her? You know, for Corki, I think he has such a big first item spike. And Vayne, I just had to play with confidence. So Corki, there was a distinct strength, but Vayne all takes his confidence. Yes.
네, 알겠습니다.
It was great.
아무튼 요즘 정말 영티어 픽이라고 불리는 유나라를 상대로 계속해서 좋은 모습을 보여주고 계시는 디아블 선수인데요. 이번에 또 루키 오브 더 이어로 선정이 되면서
And as the Rookie of the Year awardee, you have so much to prove on bigger stages. So what mindset do you have for the playoffs? I'm going to make sure that I am well prepared for the playoffs to make it all the way to Worlds.
마지막 켈린 선수입니다. 오늘 농심 상대로
Lastly, Kellen,
거두셨는데요. 소감
a 3-1 victory against Nongshim. How do you feel?
어제 경기가 너무 잘 돼가지고
I think our match went so well yesterday that it felt like we were gonna win pretty easily. So we had come with pretty high confidence.
설계가 빛이 나는 순간들이 많았습니다.
And Kellen, your setup often turned into highlight plays, and in the early game, you checked off everything you can do according to the analyst desk. So what is the secret?
10점 만점이에요?
이게 애들 다 잘해줘가지고 다 같이 함께한 거여서 2점씩.
아, 2점씩 나눠 갖겠다.
I think
네.
I think we each deserve 2 points per player, and I think that makes us a 10.
쟁쟁한 바텀 듀오들과의 경쟁이 있을
And in the playoffs, you will compete with some of the top bot duos.
어떤 기대를 해보면 좋을까요?
So what can we expect from the Diablo Kellen duo?
되게 재밌는 픽도 많이 하고 되게
Our bot actually ends up using a lot of really fun champions, so I think we'll have a lot of entertaining moments from the laning phase. And what would you like to say to your fans?
풀5까지 왔는데 앞으로 더
Now we made it to the playoffs, and moving forward, I want to make sure that we climb even higher. And thank you so much for all your support.
선수까지 이야기 들어봤는데 마지막으로 주장 클리어 선수가 플레이오프에서의 BNK PRX
And at last, back to the team captain, Clear. Please send a message to all the BNK PRX fans. With that victory today, we made it to the playoffs. I want to maintain a good performance, and I hope that we can give you a fun match to watch. Thank you again.
마지막으로 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리고요. 저희는 분석 데스크로
Let's give it up for BNK PRX. That's the end of the interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that wonderful translation. That was a Valdez take there. It was a 3-1 victory for BNK PRX over Nongshim. One Rise team does make it through. It was always going to happen that way, but BNK PRX being the one to do it.
Yeah, and I've decided to just fully embrace the delusion as I've been doing for the entirety of the day. Hey, that means that by comparison, I don't feel as bad about DK now, because apparently BNK is actually good. Because I'd argue that even in that last game, or in the game that they lost, to me, I know that they did kind of throw the game away, but let's not forget that they were, 2 Barons deep? And if it wasn't for that multi-man engage that Lahens was able to find, I think they would have actually won that game from the position that they were in. I'm just shocked at how this team was able to fire on all cylinders throughout the entirety of the day.
And I think on the other side of things, the other take could be that maybe Nongshim are really not good. Like, we had the 2 losses in their first series against Bro, where we felt like, okay, game 1, game 2, Nongshim closes out 3-0. Then the 2 losses were like, okay, they're just messing around. This is a little bit weird, bizarre drafting from them. But then you watch this series where they get a little bit more hard punished with some weak drafts, like double scaling. And then you start to wonder, like, what's the game plan? What were the thoughts? Obviously, it's not your last life. Like, this was the upper bracket. You still have another chance here, but Nongshim may be limit testing a little bit too much here. I'm a little bit worried with what we're seeing from the jungle, we're seeing from Lahens.
Yep.
Nongshim fans should be worried, because it felt like you were the massive favorites going into play-ins. You're the Legend Group team, looked good against Bro, and now slipping away. Like, maybe the next time they could potentially meet, you don't win the series.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Game 4 draft in just a second as we take a look at the POM votes. And you called it.
I told you guys that Diablo was going to get the media soup when it was obviously a Raptor angle. Better be a unanimous vote, Dino Dance. At least Twitch chat will get me back, right, Dino Dance?
Yeah, Dino Dancers, you better spam that all the way up and down.
Love that. The drawing as well, actually adorable. Big fan. Yeah, when it's Jonas Trong, we call it based. When it's the rest of the team.
I didn't call him out. I'm like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, he's fine. We know he makes his decisions in his own way. I think that Raptor actually blew me away. I think that Raptor has had a lot of moments where he's looked good on day A and then on day B it's a little bit more up and down. I think today and thus far he has been by far the best jungler in the play-ins, and I can't wait to see what he does. I think that this BNK is clearly honed. I do think that against the top tier teams, they're going to run in laning issues. I think the plan of Raptor, make sure bot lane wins, Vikla, just do your thing by not dying is going to be a lot harder. But Raptor has been playing incredibly well.
Yeah, a lot of tape on level 3 ganks for teams that are going to be playing against BNK Furex later on. Lee Sin Doombot hard mode. Doombot's obviously out right now, and Raptor again just masterfully on the Lee Sin in game number 4.
I said Rap God yesterday. Pony said Rap God today. We're linked. I couldn't say it twice, so I'm glad I wanted to.
If we
the
had
Rap God.
If we had Pommond awards, would Pony win?
Yes.
I feel like he would.
Cloud Templar has had some some very big ones.
He has very, very high highs.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of, come on, Cloud Templar, you can do better.
Yeah. Pony also set the bar pretty high for us, like calling us out for
hey, not us,
for
you.
phoning it in.
Wait.
Hey, I was
out.
with it that time. It wasn't just me.
All right, let's see what else we had here from our comments from Raptor. I could smell Canyon's presence.
Definitely a choice of words. I do think that it was clear today that Raptor, particularly with that league game,
it sounds
really,
less weird in Korean, by the way.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's basically like it's basically like Shades of Canyon is what he's saying, but like it literally would translate to you could smell Canyon on him.
Yeah. Also, Jisun clarified too. It could have been sense as well. I could sense Canyon's presence. I could smell Canyon's presence.
Okay, let's next Ballman.
Gogo's just got a nose for great talent. There we go. Because it was Raptor, it's an animal smell. Yundo, you're so funny with translations. All right, let's see what else
Lion would never.
Here. Cloud Templar also voting Raptor, not using smell in it, saying it's beautiful to see. Different sense. How he loves team fighting. Landing the first button right makes all the difference.
I mean, to me, I had a sense of I smelled a level 3 gank and then a follow-up gank and then a follow-up gank, then more the team fighting, personally. But like he did do the team fighting as well, but he was more like, we're not team fighting, we're not going to allow team fights to happen, we're going to win the game in the bottom lane.
By far the biggest individual difference that we had here today, right? Yeah, I really think, again, it's also the 1-2 between Raptor and Kellen that I want to keep highlighting. I feel like if those Diablo votes would have been for Kellen, we would have felt a lot better about it. That, for me, was like the, I want to be a hipster. You know, I still didn't vote. I just voted Raptor. Autumn is coming, and guess what's peak season this autumn? Dinosaurs. Don't get that one, but I do like that autumn is coming, and Raptor is peaking right now.
If you watched a dinosaur movie, it's never winter. So there you go, Prince.
Actually,
I got you, dog.
I mean, what do you mean?
I don't know. Let's roll the next comment.
Yes, that's it for the comments.
Yeah, Ice Age, Dagon?
Yeah, Ice Age? Yeah, it's not like a raptor. No raptors in Ice Age. Just like a mastodon.
I am sure there are movies with snow and dinosaurs.
Real quick, let's look at the draft from the last game. One more time, right?
How much scaling can we really fit in one draft?
Yes.
When you have your best peel tool is Tom Kench, it's not going to do too great into Ezreal.
Maokai.
Well, I was going to mention that next. Your second best tool is Maokai, who didn't ult until 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah,
he had several opportunities to save Calyx in the mid lane, and he just said, no, I don't think I will.
So that's one part of this. What I want to focus on is something that BNK did really well throughout the entirety of play-ins, including in their Game 5 yesterday against DK, is that they consistently lend themselves this. I don't think this is a hard draft to play. I think it has very clear win conditions, which if you miss, the draft doesn't work. But it really, as we saw, comes down to someone hits any CC, usually gold card or an ultimate from the Leona. You follow up, target's dead. And again, based on the individual matchups, outside of top, they will have prio everywhere. Their skirmishing is way stronger. If this was Bro drafting this, I think you can pick that Smolder if you're Nongshim. But it's BNK. You gotta know that this is coming, and it's BNK that what was the phrasing? Like, knew themselves the best?
Yeah, know yourself, lol. I think
they
like,
did. They do.
I
thought it was poignant. You didn't have to add the lol, Wolf.
Yeah, no, know yourself, lol.
Know yourself, lol. It is.
Oh, it's the emoji.
It's the emoji.
So like for me, if you have this comp with like a Varus early, then you could pick the Smolder, right? But if you have a Senna, you probably have to pick something a little bit more stable. There's not a great counter, I think, to the TF that's left in the Fearless.
Slam
pool.
that Fizz.
Unplay. Sure. But like when you look at this, I think going back to your point about Bro, if you have that killer instinct, you can also just hard lock this Lee Sin and TF and go, no matter what that pick is, we're going to get enough of a lead because of the Senna. When they lock in the Smolder, you're like, oh, this is going to be fun. Like Raptor is like, whoa, I have so many opportunities to gank.
Yeah, and if you go back to the actual final pick, they zoomed in on Calyx. He like laughed a little bit like, oh man, am I really going to do this? And did it and just got punished. Again, another early gank from Raptor and BNK FearX. That's been their game plan towards success for today as we take a look at the results. It was 3-1. Could have been 4-0. Could have been a 3-0 as well for BNK FearX. Nongshim showed some resilience in that third game where it battled back. But BNK FearX are the team to make it on through to playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like even as only Prince got it right, trusting his old organization, which you love to see. Yeah, I specifically want to highlight that even in that, again, third game, if they didn't do the second top dive, I feel like BNK probably would have been fine. And it really does kind of solidify. BNK was clearly the better team. Like, I don't think it was particularly
Without
close.
a doubt. Without a doubt. The
In
drafting
drafts,
was better.
In execution.
I mean, this team was our best playing team. To me, there was no doubt that this was our strongest team in the Rise group. Like, I consistently predicted them against D+, right? But to be able to beat Nongshim that much, I wasn't ready to say. But I was very wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong because this team looks like a cool new contender.
Yeah, well, that does it for the upper part of the bracket here in round 2, 3-1 to BNK FearX, who are the playoff 5th seed, which also means they're playing KT. BNK, KT, haven't seen that one in 3 months, which also means Chronicler is my arch nemesis for all of tomorrow.
Keep in mind, if Bro win tomorrow, which I think a lot of people are predicting, they will have that rematch against Nongshim where they nearly won last time, and perhaps with the momentum that's against Nongshim now, with the momentum that Bro will have in that win, assuming they win, maybe they could win the second time and actually make playoffs. That would be pretty crazy. Dion might lose his mind.
I was actually, I was still going to predict it because, let's be real, I thought that DK was not going to really have a shot tomorrow. I do actually think that this BNK win for me completely changes the setup here, right? Like, I actually think that the fact that BNK are this good kind of makes me both reconsider, in hindsight, how good Bro was, because Nongshim looked way worse. And then also that the fact that DK lost, and I do think that that series was kind of a 4-1 as opposed to a 3-2. But for me, it gives hope that they make it to Nongshim. I think that that might be where it ends, but it's fine. I'll keep believing, DK, until you're mathematically eliminated.
Yeah, so to tomorrow's matchup, it is third versus first from the Rise group. D plus Kia and OK Man, Savings Bank Brion for one more
One of
chance
us is going to be
going.
very sad tomorrow.
Very sad. Also to clarify, for playoffs, T1 gets to pick between the 5th and the 6th seed. So there is a chance that BNK FearX doesn't play KT. They might end up playing T1, but we'll see. But it all starts tomorrow.
It's war!
Cronny is an amazing person, but tomorrow, we will not think of that. We will just think about brewing with the bros, continuing for 2025. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, guys, it's all right.
good.